Hey folks, we're out here in front of the court like we normally do. 7 to 8. Got a good crowd.
Did you come into a flip minute?
Yep.
Mine doesn't.
Yep.
Morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. Welcome.
Yeah, we are expecting increased numbers down here with the news of the buffer zone ruling, but we're still confused about it. As soon as Super Hardman showed up, everybody's running over there asking Hardman questions. Because Hardman didn't have many answers yesterday by the end of the court day, which went a little long. We were talking to him at like 4:20. And he said they had to have a meeting to try to interpret Judge Beverly Cannoni's new word salad. Because the ambiguity more than clarity. So that's going to be an interesting part of today, to see how this new ruling is interpreted by the state police, who apparently have been tasked with interpreting the whole thing. Because to me, it's not very clear what Beverly wrote. So we'll see. But I'm going to flip the camera around here. But we have a good crowd out here, even for the 7 to 8 crowd. Of course, there's, I don't know, only 5% chance of rain. It's overcast, but I don't think we have rain. Yesterday was kind of rough out here, some early morning. But we'll see. A lot of people here are curious to see how Sergeant Hardman and his men are going to interpret basically Attorney Mark-Around Dows's motion to the federal court, quote unquote, won, and then Bev was forced to rewrite the buffer zone, but nobody's really happy about what she wrote. So it's left a lot of confusion down here as to where we can have signs, where we can be. Is it back to like it was in trial one? I don't know. So it's going to be a learning curve here. Figure this out. I mean, I did notice yesterday that the state police CAT team, Sergeant Hardman, they were letting people come down here, get closer to the court, as long as they didn't have signs or free Karen Reed gear on. He was letting people get to the street corner over here on Pearl Street and film Karen Reed coming out of court. Where prior to that, he wasn't allowing anybody into the buffer zone except credentialed press. But this new motion has left a lot of confusion, not clarity. So these are things that have to be ironed out, in my opinion. I mean, if Beverly's motion was more clear, I would have certainly pulled up to the church screen as I did in trial one and adorn my truck with my signage and do my thing down there, and everybody else. I mean, Turtle Boy Aiden Carney believes that we can do that once again, but not everybody has high confidence yet until we get more clarification from Sergeant Harmon running the state police CAT team. So right now, everybody's just kind of stepping into the day with a little let's wait and see type of thing.
I can say how's the shot doing, but
right? So what did you think of safe school bus every day? You can set your clock to it.
Aaron Hart's bus.
No, we were debating on the shows last night of the the unclear, like ambiguous, Bevy ruling,
Yeah.
and how it's left everybody confused. So I don't know.
I think Peter Murphy's talking too hard, man, at the minute.
Yeah,
Because it's just, you can read it whichever way you want, and I don't think you'd be wrong in whichever way you read it. But it's,
yeah.
I don't know.
And she did not move the borders of the buffer zone.
No.
I personally just wanted the 200-foot line back at the church green, so I could set up exactly the way I did in trial one.
Yeah.
And right now, my confidence is not high in doing that.
No, I know. We'll see what Peter Murphy has to say. He'll give more information. But you can talk to different people; they all give you different answers. But that's the guy that's going to arrest you. So I'd rather follow that rule for today and get more.
I mean, one thing that was in the new ruling is you kind of get like one strike
Yeah.
where they can tell you, hey, your activity is violating, and then you can request a hearing.
Yeah, pretty soon.
That will be scheduled sometime in like December. So what do you do then? So after that one strike, and I try the same activity the next day, is that when I'm arrested?
Yeah, well,
You know what I mean? That's what
it's not very clear.
Very unclear on
That's what I
purpose.
mean. That's what I mean. So if you can interpret it any way you want, that's the problem. And you're not wrong. Whichever way you do it, you're not wrong. So, but it's what the law makers make it. As in, however, when you're in front of Bev, and she goes, "No, this is what I meant." Well, motherfucker, why didn't you fucking say that then? Clear it.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I mean, even Macher and Daza was saying that he might have to do further work on this.
Just to be more clear, yeah.
Because it's like a tit for tat. So he gets the First Circuit federal ruling compelling Bev to make a new buffer zone within 48 hours. She writes this convoluted word salad that leads everybody even more confused.
Yeah.
So now what does Randazza do, as a counterpunch?
Yeah, well, it's actually quite good because Friday is here today. We got a day of knowing what's going on, and I hit the ground running on Monday then.
Yeah.
So in a way, it works out quite well. So
Right.
any kinks that need to be ironed out, hopefully find out today.
Yep. So it's already a larger crowd than normal here. Now, is this another group photo by CBS4 Boston?
I'm going to say the prayer over here. We go. We don't know. We haven't got the official word. It's not. I'm going to send them one in prayer, guy. We don't want it on film. We want it private.
All right, I'll stop.
Michael Ray.
I'm not watching. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great.
How are you? Thank you. Thanks. Only the second time.
Yeah, so Dennis Sweeney and Peter Murphy were relating that Sergeant Hartman and his men or powers that be have a meeting at 8 o'clock to further clarify this new buffer zone ruling by Beverly County. So hopefully we'll have more clear answers from the state police after they have their meeting. Must be the meeting that he was talking about yesterday afternoon. So I guess for now, despite all the early celebrations yesterday of a huge win, I think right now we're just going to go with the normal routine until we hear more from the state police. So I'm still going to, bag up my sign after Karen Reed arrives and I come back 600 feet to the other end of the buffer zone.
Sidebar.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I didn't know what we're doing. Right.
How many of those did you end up with?
Patches?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Have you shown these on the show yet?
I'm sorry.
Have they shown these on the show yet?
I've got 3 left, $10 each.
Oh, they're $10. Remember I asked you for it yesterday?
Yes.
Sam and I?
Yeah.
So it's $10?
Yeah.
Husband's over there. No, I want that on a hat.
She ironed hers on her hat. My sister ironed hers on her hat. But I think the next round, this girl said she was going to order them on the hat already. Yeah. I forget where she gets them, but they're cool, aren't they?
Yeah, for people who might not know, that's the state police patch. Just modified to say free check and read.
I love it. Thank you, Laura. She's the girl who got them. Oh.
Yeah.
Why take a chance? Yeah. I don't want to be grabbed again.
I mean, I think it's good that we have communication every morning with Sergeant Hartman here. I mean, it works both ways,
It's very big.
Hopefully some strong and clear info comes out of the meeting that he's going to have at 8 o'clock.
Wow, I've never seen a book. Yeah. I just put my difference.
Ray, do you mind being on the live for a second?
Yeah.
So this is Ray.
How's it going?
You don't get down here all that much,
I work full time, like Monday through Friday, so when I can, I get down here, but try to get down here as much as I can. And with the buffer zone before, it was kind of like, I'm driving an hour and a half to get, an hour and 15 minutes to get in. But today I thought it would be a day, a lot of people coming, so I took a last minute emergency day off. So.
Yeah. No, I mean, there was a lot of celebration yesterday that the buffer zone has been lifted.
Yeah.
But I think that was premature.
Yeah.
We're going to learn a lot more today as the day goes on.
Plus, Aiden has a hearing too, so I figured kill two birds with one stone, maybe going into his hearing.
Yeah, for those that don't know, Ray is one of the people that organized a bridge standout up in Auburn.
Yeah. Trying to start it back up in June-ish once the traffic gets a little better.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah, hopefully, after Hardman has this meeting today with the powers that be,
Yeah.
we get a lot more clarification. Untangle Bev's word salad.
It was tough to understand. I mean, it was
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
the same thing, but longer, I think. Word salad. They're good at that in Norfolk County. Word salad.
Uh-huh. I mean, paths and walkways. What does that mean? Like, which ones? What do we? Everything within the 600-foot buffer zone, or
Courthouse property doesn't mean just this courthouse. Doesn't mean that courthouse. Registry.
well, Bev thinks that the district court,
This whole.
the registry of deeds, and the superior court are all one big property
Right.
because they use the registry of deeds over there for posting up juries.
Yep.
So, and then of course you get the registry of deeds parking lot behind here.
Yeah.
Sometimes witnesses come up this sidewalk on this side, that side. So if I'm over there by the daycare on the other side of the street, am I too close to witnesses coming up that sidewalk? It's so ambiguous. Like, I don't know. But obviously, there's no rain forecast for today. It's a Friday. There's big news coming out about changes in the buffer zone. So like you said, there's probably going to be a little more people here today.
I want to see the changes myself, though. To see if they actually change anything.
Yeah. Because even in front of the district court, that's still within the buffer
That's
zone.
courthouse, yeah.
So can I stand out there for the Aiden hearing with my Turtle Boy sign?
Right. It could be, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because he's part of this too. So yeah.
It's crazy. Because if this trial wasn't going on with the buffer zone, in previous Turtle Boy hearings, I'm out there with my free Turtle Boy sign. But with this current buffer zone, I might not even be able to do my Turtle Boy sign. I mean, we had a woman a couple of weeks ago walk in here, and she had protest signs that had nothing to do with the Karen Reed trial,
Yep.
and Hardman kicked her out. No protesting at all about anything.
Yep. Yep.
You can't have Save the Whales or anything. So I the way the buffer zone has been written, anytime it's been written, it's very hard to interpret.
It is. It's not black and white.
And it's almost like they've dumped it all on the stadies to figure it out. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I told them.
We just see Bob.
Because the way Bev wrote this latest ruling, it sounds like it's all up to the interpretation of the police. And Sergeant Harmon, was like, oh, great. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know if that's a good thing. for
Like,
us.
why is it on me?
The state police interpreting things doesn't go well usually.
I will be big into this.
So I bet you the state police aren't happy about it.
No.
They'd rather have a,
Black
crystal
and white,
clear.
crystal clear. This is it.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it because I was like, oh, let me see what comes.
So I don't know. It'd be
So they're meeting at
interesting
8.
day.
Is that the story? They're meeting at 8.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna let us know.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, waiting game.
Yeah.
Hang out for a little bit.
Yeah. When he says he's having a meeting, I don't know, his higher ups in the state
Yeah.
police organization.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right, Colin?
Or a meeting with the state police and the court system. I don't know what he means by a
I
meeting.
would think Bev would have to be involved to interpret what she meant in that word salad.
Yeah, exactly.
To kind of be in the meeting, but
Yeah.
or somebody from the court. would have been too.
And it's not like Bev has the time to be in a meeting.
No, she's
Hey, Bev, what did you mean by this word salad that you wrote?
too busy helping Hank.
Yeah. So I don't know.
We'll see. 8 o'clock. It's 10 minutes or so.
There's been so much talk about the buffer zone. Nobody's even talking about today's court.
Court, yeah.
Like what's going to happen?
At the end of court, well, today Alessi is starting off with his recommendations for letting ARCA and Aperture, that whole thing.
Oh yeah, because Hanky Panky Brennan
He wants the last.
filed that last minute motion.
Yeah.
That's why court went into overtime
He
yesterday.
wants Aperture to have a shot after ARCA testifies to come back and rebut them, which they're prosecution witnesses, they're not defense witnesses. The defense should have the last word, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think she'll allow it. And any other court they wouldn't allow it. I think this Bev will allow it. maybe she'll give the defense extra time, a little bit, but let the defense come out and say, Arca was hired by the feds. We didn't even hire them.
Yeah,
Let them say that, That's it.
I know.
That would end a lot of it.
Tommy and I were guests on the Seeking Justice channel last night, and I was talking to attorney Michael Bryant and Linda Baden, and they were talking about issues like that.
Yep.
It's it would help the jury a lot if they knew that Arca was hired by the feds, but Bev doesn't want to let that out. And then even the text strings between Proctor and his men, and all that stuff was FBI procured,
Right.
and the jury has no clue.
Right. Yeah, it's not like Proctor handed over his phone.
Yeah, the defense didn't win Proctor's phone in a motion.
Yeah, right.
That was handed over in the federal jury.
Last month.
But they finished with Scorty Bello, right? And then they did the motion at the
They
end.
did the motion at the end, so I think unless he's starting with that motion at the end, and then I'm not sure, the witness list is secretive, so it's hard to.
Yeah, we don't know.
I assume eventually we're going to get somebody that says how allegedly she hit him with a car, but we haven't seen that yet.
So they kind of did that in trial one.
Yeah.
It was a whole bunch of nothing, and it took weeks and weeks into trial before we get the witnesses that or evidence.
We had enough firefighters that said how much they shoveled, and at least we cut that out this trial.
A lot of it has been trimmed,
Which I never thought I'd say this, but I love Lally way more than Hank. Lally. I never thought I'd say it like that.
Yeah, well, Hank's a lot.
Thanks.
And he gets away with a lot because Bev's letting him get away with it. That's what's scary.
It almost felt like yesterday watching it, he felt like he was the defense attorney with Sporty Bello at the end. He was firing questions. Did you know this? Did you know this? Did you know that? And I knew that. It didn't make me change my
it's like, hey, Bev, he's impeaching his own witness. Like, what are you doing, Bev?
Right? This is a medical exam, though. It's not going to look good.
Yeah. Well, I think Alessi had to object 15 times in a row.
Yeah.
Good morning. Yeah, well, I mean,
there's a lot of
if Bev's bias isn't clear to everybody at this point, I don't know what to say. Henry the dog. One of the more famous Can't Read dogs. We got good crowd today. Go down and Greek Karen. Been meeting people this week from out of state that have been traveling.
Oh yeah, I feel like last year we had a lot more out of state, but because the buffer zone was a little better.
Yeah,
like we had people driving up from Ohio, but there was somebody from Alabama, right? I mean,
yeah.
A lot of people on the groups are asking when the closing arguments are going to be because they want to come up for that. It's hard to tell right now because the prosecution is spinning its wheels.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Once the defense gets up, they said they need a week and a half, 2 weeks. But the way Alessi was talking, it sounded like they're almost.
I can only do the sign and flag and the camera at the same time for so long. Thank you. So after we do the morning prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance, everybody just kind of mills around in front of the courthouse while we can. We turn into pumpkins at 8. I would assume so, but she doesn't usually get here till 9:30, 10. We try to put a cone out for her down there. And get
Yeah,
her
no,
spot.
I think it was still.
Yeah, and then right around 8 o'clock, we march up to the 400-foot line where Karen drives in. It's the same routine every morning. Unless we get confirmation of the buffer zone changes, you know, what I would like to do is post up in front of the church with all our stuff and do it like we did in trial one. That's what I wanted.
Is that out of this?
Now the buffer zone
Goes further down.
see that church,
Oh, yeah, yeah. Right across.
which is now a dance studio.
Yeah.
That's the 200-foot line. That's where I park. I'm in the first spot down
Yeah.
there. But if this buffer zone change was more clear,
Right.
I would have parked where I parked all during trial one.
Spot, yeah.
The first spot, halfway down the church green.
So,
I'm not comfortable with that yet.
not this morning.
And then, it's early. Joe's early driving by. We're usually down. We're usually down where we greet Karen driving in by the time she drives through. It's like they're getting ready to group picture.
Yeah, you go with it.
I know.
Totally.
Hey, Caroline. You'll be in New England before you know it.
No,
Brenda take it? Oh, not yet. I know. I know. Sorry. Make sure you get me. Get on the steps. Do it. Go on the steps. I'm here. Go on the steps. You'll get a better picture. Cheese. Yeah. Perfect. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's getting funky already.
7. It's time to march. Yeah.
come on, we gotta go back to Let's go, that ain't allowed. Let's go.
Do you mind carrying that? Thanks. Usually I'm in the back of the parade. I'll be in the front today.
They want to stay, let them stay. I don't give a fuck. Gonna stay. I gotta go to work. See you, Scott.
And 12. Oh, we got like today.
I like Shut up! Yeah, I'm very focused on making sure my bank is all, you know, about the all of that. All the yeah. Because I was in my coffee on.
I think Fridays help a little bit too. People take a Friday off to come down here.
And well, the Wilson Sunset is the grandma. Yeah. And there's like a 8-year-old girl in there with her mom. So I asked the mom if I could talk to her. If they could talk. She had no idea who Little Red Riding Hood was. No jacket and blue. And I'm like, oh, my friend is gonna know. She said, I have the old school. What's for all of it? I had read something like that. No, they don't. A lot of them, like they say, like 15.
Problem with this new 400-foot buffer zone line is it puts us on the sidewalk in front of this house with a fence, and we're stuck between that and the security fencing. where if we get this old area back, she could still drive by here and would have a lot more room. And some of us try to loiter on the other side of this fence until the police tell us to get back behind it. And normal morning routine is people spread out, try to get room. And then there's always the issue with trying to keep the sidewalk clear for local residents. We've had some heavy rain yesterday, so really muddy if you want to step right up to the security fence. And some people go way down the end. I mean, if there's a lot of traffic. Karen's SUV will get stuck way down there. I think I was filming yesterday, and I went way down there when they were stuck in traffic. It's all timing when they're coming through where they get stopped. So did Hartman have anything good to say?
3 of them, did you see them walk down? They walked down to the Dedham Police Station. They have a meeting there with the DA. I don't know if Canone's there. They're going to discuss interpretation of the decree and how they can modify what we've been doing here. But he said, as of now, be out of the zone at 8 o'clock, go up to your usual spot. He said, I'll update you when I come back after the meeting.
That's good.
Subject to interpretation. But I'll send you this. Have you read the decree?
Oh, yeah.
You let me take a public.
Yeah, no, we were discussing it all night. Last night on different shows.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you. I haven't seen everybody in a while.
yeah.
How are you?
Good. How are
You
you?
look good. You look better. How's your head?
That's good.
Good.
Healing up. Yeah, because Hardman said last night at the end of the court date, and it ran overtime, like 4:20. He's like, "Yeah, we got to have a meeting because I'm confused too." He didn't know. And then we were discussing on some of the shows last night. It's like, hold your horses here. We got to get clarification before we just start posting up where we were. You know what I mean? Yeah.
He's in between a rock and a hard spot because he's supposed to enforce the law, and the law is very vague and ambiguous right now, as you know all about that. So
Exactly.
he can't be.
So
he can't be enforcing
Bev writes this word salad, and now it's up to Hardman to interpret.
Right. Yeah.
It needs to be a lot
He's
more.
agitated, and I believe why.
It needs to be clarified a lot more.
Yeah.
That's for sure. All I really wanted is to get back our spot right there.
Yeah. No, I agree.
It's becoming.
And
We hope.
we have more room down there. I know the church doesn't appreciate us down there, but neither does the dance studio where I'm parked right now on the other end.
Right. I mean, the church has put stakes and a makeshift fence up, so we
No, they did that in trial one too.
we don't care.
We're used to that.
Right.
I mean, anybody can still park there, but I can't like put all my signs on my truck and
Right.
wear any of this stuff like I do down the other end.
Right. And it's, as you know, if people are parking at the registry of deeds, they can't supposedly, technically walk by with a sign to go back, put it back in their vehicle or
Yeah.
a shirt on. Hence, there was an issue where somebody had to take 2 shirts off the other day. I guess.
Yeah.
I park right in the registry's parking lot.
Right. But I mean, you wouldn't be able to carry free Karen meat sign or something.
Yeah, I have to, bag up my sign to get back through. And I don't wear anything that says free Karen Reed
That's what my
until after I leave here. When I get down to the other end,
That's what my
that's when I
son
put my
says today.
Karen Reed stuff.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, this.
Yeah.
Red.
The window doesn't work.
The floor.
Look at how foggy his windows are.
It's a lot of red.
It's a marijuana residue.
It works, right? It works. You gotta open it with a brick.
Still running though. Yeah, Grant won the press pool, so he's been in the trial this week. Morning. Time we got? Like 8:09.
Just go like that.
See all the pavement? Look at look. Yeah. That's it. And then I don't know where the other one is. She's got it though.
Can you put this chat on for a second?
So he's talking shit on that, and then. Alright,
Don't what?
don't drop it. No.
Borrowing somebody's phone so I can attempt to see chat.
They had a track up on the top of the ship, and it was like 10 laps to a quarter mile. So I would go up to a couple of miles every day. From the boat to ship.
Yeah, my service down here is sometimes causes the poor camera quality. You don't necessarily know why sometimes, because some days it's clearer than others. Sometimes you move around a little bit, clears up. Getting decent 5G signal, but StreamYard links about the strongest signal possible, or it kind of blurs the video. I can see chat here for a minute if somebody wants to throw me a question. Quite a bit of waiting time here. Sometimes Karen's parents arrive at like 8:30ish, earlier than Karen and her team usually does. Sometimes we try to get them, capture them driving by too. Yeah, it's a good turnout today. Sometimes people take Fridays off to come down here. Will rain. The petty paralegals question. So just said, hey, anybody have questions? Thank you, Petty. Yeah, Gene. Everybody's confused by Bev's word salad. That's why the state police are having a meeting with the DA's office and the trial court to try to make sense of Bev's word salad. So hopefully, some point today we'll have more information about that. Too much ambiguous language in it for even Sergeant Harmon to fully understand how to enforce. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Bye. I'm pretty sure everybody came up here. I don't think anybody stayed down at the court. And if Hardman doesn't change the rules, you can't be in front of the courthouse when witnesses or Karen Reed arrives.
That's right. Yes. I remember. There you go. Seems like those things run together, right? They either own them or they...
Yeah, I agree, Dina. We could get that spot back. It would be nice. No, the worst things in the ruling is the buffer zone perimeter hasn't changed. So when you read about what things are allowed and not allowed in the buffer zone, it still includes the area over here in front of the church as being in the buffer zone. So I didn't get much clarity from reading her motion yesterday as others did. Yeah. Yeah, I'm out of chat for a minute. As we were discussing with Ray earlier, I think the first order of business this morning is motion that Hank Brennan filed late yesterday after the jury was dismissed about Acker and their the prosecution's expert that's supposed to counter Acker. And then after that, like every day in this trial, it's a mystery who the next witness is. There was a lot more. I think a part of it is the gag order on the defense team, where they weren't gagged in trial one, and so we're getting zero heads up who the witnesses are coming up next on the batting order. Sometimes we get a clue because somebody will be required to be here, and we might see them, and they didn't get called that day, and they get called the next day or whatever. That would be the only way we might have a clue of who's the witness today or tomorrow if we physically see them. But we're not going to get news through the grapevine who the witnesses are coming up next.
I was on Farnham Street the other day.
It's pretty humid. It's warming up quick.
And I have a regular honey from the street. That was
Local law is to stay free. It's a help for the allergy.
I know.
It's
Since we have to vacate the buffer zone at 8 o'clock.
Can I shout out to Lauren St. Pierre?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Lauren St. Pierre, shout out to you. $1,000 being Venmo to Karen Reed today for these. So
Great
thank
job.
you, Laura.
Thank you.
All right.
Great job.
Good job.
And Maddie and Kenny, have a good day at school. Maddie loves you. Thanks, God.
Thank you, Scott.
All right. Yeah, like I was saying, because we have to vacate the front of the courthouse at 8 o'clock and walk the 400 feet down here. There's a lot of downtime before Karen drives by, so everybody just kind of mills about and socializes as we wait for Karen's parents and Karen and her team to drive by. So there's a lot of downtime here between 8 and 8:30, 8:45. So everybody's just chit-chatting and getting to meet some of the newer people or whatever.
Some new faces that I haven't seen. Yeah.
I'm curious to see what comes out of their meeting today as far as the buffer zone. Oh, that's part of the greeting for the judge every morning. Yeah. God
Honorable Judge Canone.
Yeah, God save the Commonwealth of unseat Judge Beverly Cannone. Let's start. We have like 5 more years of Bev. Don't mess with Alessi. So one of the channels that they were calling him a lessinator. A lessinator.
He is unbelievable.
Hey, what's up?
He really is.
Karen's trying to build that every year. That's a build their truck. But like,
Yeah, I understand that threaded needle, but
right, yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I said, you guys aren't telling me what's going on in there.
most of us boots on the ground want more clarification first.
I think that's.
I think Eric is yes. But he is. I mean, he's the one.
It's gonna be okay. So just
Like that time with you.
Yes, Sherry D, I agree. 13B is already there. But so isn't 13A. So 13A prohibits the picketing of a courthouse. When I was up at Worcester Superior Court the other day for the Turtle Boy hearing, the 2 o'clock Turtle Boy hearing, I was in front of the Superior Court and I had my Free Turtle Boy sign. And the chief court officer came out and told me I can't picket a courthouse. So 13A and 13B are written ambiguous and open to interpretation. And then you add on top of that a third layer of cake, which is Beverly Cannone's ambiguous buffer zone ruling. So that in my opinion, a lot has to be ironed out here. And that's the point of the meeting that they're having this morning between the state police, the trial court, and the DA's office to clarify Bev's order here. I mean, when the first buffer zone was put in trial 1, it's DA Morrissey's office that wrote the motion, if I recall correctly, DA Morrissey wanted a 500-foot buffer zone around the courthouse. Bev pretty much rubber stamped it, except she reduced it to 200 feet. This time around, she increased it to 400 feet on this side to kick us out of the church area. And then, you know, the light chain of events, then the Randazza motion to the federal courthouse kicked it back to Bev, saying, no, the buffer zone you have right now is unconstitutional. Fix it, Bev. And in my opinion, Bev's fix is a mess that needs to be ironed out. I mean, I went on Seeking Justice last night asking Mike O'Brien and the Baden's opinion of Bev's ruling, and they even admitted that it's ambiguous. So I don't know. I would just want a lot more clear in writing ruling than what we've been handed here. Chat's actually kind of slow. Not really moving along that much. No, it's resistance. Oh, I know, I heard.
We were there.
Yeah, I get it, Sherry D. Setting up the chairs, but one of the creators is the signage and stuff. So basically, yeah, you can congregate down there, but you can't actually protest. So it would be just a bunch of people sitting in lawn chairs with no signs, no nothing. I don't know what the point is. And it would be looking like a group of people whose bus broke down, waiting for the next bus to come. Yeah, there's be a bunch of people out there. But what good out of you if you don't have your Free Karen Read sign or your apparel on? That's the part that frustrates me about this current ruling. You know, to quietly and peacefully protest if you ignore Bev's current buffer zone perimeter. If I go down halfway to the church green and I'm holding a Karen Read sign, is that in violation? Or can I get even closer to the court, or do I need to be farther back? Where do I need to be? That's what I wanted to know. Hey, believe me, I disagree with the buffer zone entirely. But at least with last trial's buffer zone, I knew I could get right up to the 200-foot line on this side and be fine with my signs. Bev hasn't moved the 400-foot line, so if I'm down there and have the signs out, I don't know what they're going to do. So that's what I'm waiting to see. Yeah, I don't know why my camera's coming in so poorly today. Hi, how are you?
And everybody was wishing us to be with the practice.
Sometimes literally just moving 10 feet, I can see I'm got changes in the quality of my transmission here. Yeah, Dina, we're on the same page. I just wanted it back to what we had in trial one. I mean, that continuing the fight against the buffer zone in its entirety, yes, I'm all for that too. I don't know why this camera's doing this today. I know Verizon is certainly not the best cell phone carrier to have in this area. Some people have actually switched carriers to get better signal down here. So some days when I take a link for StreamYard, it comes in okay, and other days not. And I know that frustrates everybody trying to watch a blurry camera image. But there's really not much I can do about it. Unless I took a link on somebody else's cell phone that has a different cell phone carrier.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Yesterday, God bless you. Waiting. I guess that I would have stayed over there. So we don't know for sure. Taking chances. Yeah. It's a state police for me.
Mm. I can't believe how bad the signal's getting. And the other phone I'm holding to see the chat and see the quality of the video that my phone is transmitting, it's pretty bad right now. Sort of makes a difference if I move. I don't really see any change in like your signal strength meter if I move up and down the sidewalk. But in certain locations where I'm standing here, it does seem to improve. Weird. No, I haven't seen Aiden here yet. Oh, Aiden has a hearing at the district court across the street. I didn't know if it was a 9 or a 2 p.m. But there's been days he comes down here early enough to be amongst the early crowd, but I haven't seen him yet. And I know it's,
You can't, you can yet, but.
yeah, all right. Yeah, the only reason I can see it right now, Robin, is I'm borrowing somebody else's phone that's in my left hand so I can read the chat on that phone. I'm not even sure if like not moving around makes the video quality better or moving around to different locations. Can't figure it out. It's hard when you're watching the video transmission on another phone. It's delayed. Jason Grant's here. He was one of the plaintiffs in the Margaret Daza buffer zone motion. Yeah, that's exactly the problem in this trial. We never know who the next witness is. The defense has a gag order, and Brennan's hard to figure out who he's calling for witnesses. Sometimes we get word. Sometimes somebody is spied at the court the day before and then didn't get to him that day. So we know that they're coming up. But I haven't heard of any who the potential witnesses are today. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were there. How are you? Good morning. Yeah.
Be careful, Dennis.
Yeah. Scoop Dennis up off the street.
More trash.
No, I see Erica down here.
Stop to pick up, trash. I just got Dennis.
Oh, yeah, Aiden is here. Yeah, now. What's going on, man? How are you? Aiden, how are you? It's not resistance. You're on resistance.
Oh, good morning, everybody.
Yeah, they were asking you if you were here, and then I just spotted you in the crowd, and I'm like, oh, it is Aiden.
New and improved buffer zone today. You know, I brought my lawn chair. I have court in the morning, but you know, I want to sit where we were last year. That's what.
Oh, we all do.
Yeah, do it today.
But, Sergeant Harmon's going to an 8 o'clock meeting with the DA's office.
Thank you. Nice sticker. I love it. We're back.
Harmon's going to an 8 a.m. meeting with the DA's office and the trial court to iron out some of the vagueness of this new ruling.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem very big to me. You can, as long as you're not interrupting the trial or being too loud or trying to influence jurors, which no one is doing. That's all we were doing last year. Just sitting on the sidewalk.
Well, I think the other question is, can we have the signs and the apparel in that area?
As long as, according to my reading of it, as long as it's not influencing jurors or impeding whatever pathways, then yeah,
Right?
Continually breaking the rules.
It's still stuff that has to be clarified.
What's wrong? Oh, what?
And Karen's early today. Morning, guys. Hi, Karen. Go get them. Oh, yeah. Left a mark, but I'm fine. Thanks, Karen. Yeah.
So none of us, I want, yeah, it's my
Yeah.
former escort. That's my Uber.
Like Aiden's saying, he thinks we can set up lawn chairs and sit out here. But the questions I want answered is, can we have the signage?
Yes, you do. Like a little yellow shit too. Thanks, Brennan. We love you, Liza. Right there. To get Liza.
Liza's the star.
Robbie, you have a new nickname, the Alessinator.
Keep your voice up. Yeah. Yelling at it, keep yelling at it, keep yelling at it.
Yes.
Thank you, that you guys are doing awesome.
All right, let her go.
A bird pooped on here, on my shirt.
Morning, Meredith. Just sneaking by here. Good crowd here. Good long stop for Karen to say hi to everybody.
Talk about a hip check.
We're gonna cut out. Why is it taking you? I know. Oh, well.
Anything big in chat? I wasn't allowed to chat because I was trying to film.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Karen looked up in spirits. That was good to see. A few days
Oh, good.
after that she had that sick day that she wasn't quite looking up. She looks vibrant and healthy today. This is the I'm doing my normal routine of bagging my sign and going to the other end of the buffer zone. But Aiden's pretty confident we can hang out in front of the church. But what I want clarified after this meeting with Hardman is, can we have the signage down there? But right now, basically, Aiden's saying we can put chairs on the sidewalks and hang out there. I just want clarification on the signage.
Hey, yeah.
Well, it's interesting.
It's not. It's just a bad signal.
Summit.
It's not. It looks like a dirty camera lens, but it isn't.
Yeah.
Aiden, what time is the hearing in district?
Mine's at 9.
9.
Yeah, so it should be a quick one.
All right.
Yeah. He goes, who lives on?
All right, gonna walk down.
All right, Russ, good seeing you.
You too. Craig Casey.
It was weird. Parents didn't drive by this way, or not yet, anyways. And Karen and her team kind of arrived slightly earlier than normal.
I just, there was a Westwood truck that just been by. I was on that.
Flying by. I got a sticker on the back says push it, but I don't know why he did that.
You got a cup of this.
I gotta bag my.
Give me a second.
Let's go on. Have my,
Sit on that way.
Excuse me. You can buy. Bye, everybody.
down here, I'm like, this is my. Bye, Scotty.
Bye. Yeah, see, this is where we want to be, down here. With room. They didn't say we can be down here, put lawn chairs out, everything, hang out like we did in try one. But I don't know if I can have my sign down here. That's what I want clarified after this meeting this morning. Being cool, we could all hang out down here, but if we can't have our signs, we're just a crowd of people hanging out, like people driving by. What are you doing? I mean, the old buffer zone was right here, where this white car is, would be the front spot. That one of us would get, it would have all these spots here. The sidewalk's much more open and wide. You could set up lawn chairs. I put the signs in the bed of my truck. Well, I don't know if this new ruling is going to allow that. Very confusing to me. Aiden's more confident than me. We'll see. Because I like to, we have two things going on here. It's the Karen Reed trial, and then Aiden has a hearing over a district. I also have my Free Turtle Boy sign and flag. And the district court's in the buffer zone, so I don't even know if I could go over there with my Turtle Boy sign in front of that courthouse, which is diagonally across the street from the Superior. I mean, there's media here, but I'm in trial one. There was more media, trucks everywhere, like 4 or 5. I think that the problem too is there's a lottery every week for what media can be inside the courtroom. Some of the major mainstream media outlets don't win the lottery to be in the courtroom. They can't even have a correspondent reporter in there. So for now, I'm still bagging up my sign until I get to the other end here. But these troopers are getting a lot of questions today for clarification on everything.
We gotta run.
But I don't think we'll have full answers until we hear what comes out of this meeting that they're supposedly having today. Is anybody going into Aiden's hearing? You gonna go in?
You going now?
I think the court opens at 8:30. Should be able to get in. Yeah, it's a 9 o'clock hearing. Aiden said it was gonna be quick. It must be an LG bullshit thing. There they are now.
Speak of the devil.
Going in there now?
9 o'clock, yeah. I was gonna wait till my turn to get there.
It's a Bradle.
Yeah.
These stadies are getting tons of questions this morning. Everybody's trying to figure this out. Yeah, so I'm down here at the other buffer zone line. So I know I can do this.
Okay, exactly.
But if I go down in front of a church and I do this, I don't know what's gonna happen. That's what I want clarification on.
Yeah.
Do you mind sticking that flag in the post hole?
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, I get it. I guess we can pull lawn chairs out and sit down there, but I want clarification on what we can have for signs. It already seems like it's getting more humid, huh?
It is.
I guess some people I want to go into Aiden's. Yeah.
Yeah, the new guy, not the fucking right guy. The new guy.
Was Erica gonna go live?
I think Eric is going in.
She's going in? What, to Aiden's hearing?
I want a picture with you. Under the bus with us? Yeah. Just the body in the back. Okay, well, let's just go like this with him. Hold big with the sign. Wait. I can't remember right now. Don't do that to me. My arms aren't long enough. And Scott can't do another phone. Thank you. Okay, you have to make sure you send me that though. I will. Because like everyone else looks on this. Thank you.
Court employee parked here, really? Hey. Yeah, it's like Aiden's got a few people that are going to go into his hearing over here at the district court. Eric, are you going in?
For Aiden, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I left my free Turtle Boy shirt in the car. Damn it. I left my free Turtle Boy shirt in the car.
Can I have my Turtle Boy sign down here? Can I have my Turtle Boy sign down here? Within the buffer zone?
Honest? CPU?
Yeah.
What's going on? Good morning. Yeah, well, obviously none of the public can get into the Karen Reed trial, so got about a dozen or more people that want to go into Aiden's. Yeah. So I was joking about having my Turtle Boy sign in front of this courthouse because it's part of the Karen Reed trial buffer zone, this courthouse. So. And then I had the Free Turtle Boy sign in front of Aiden's hearing earlier this week, and they didn't want that in front of the Worcester courthouse. They created their own buffer zone that day.
It's like who's part? It's like I haven't even learned. That's
But I get what Aiden's saying. He wants to be back up by the church, like we did in trial one, but. Till I get clarification, I'm gonna just take the front row spot on this end. But I'm gonna sign off, guys. Should be switching to the court feed soon anyways. I gotta do a few things here and set up. So bye everybody. See you soon.
reality. Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy, I need no sympathy, because I'm easy come, easy go, little high, little low. Any way the wind blows doesn't really matter to me. To me. Mama just killed a man, put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away. Mama, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, carry on.
Thank you. So I need to see counsel at Sidebar, please.
Hear. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So, I appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? I have one other important instruction for you folks, and it's so important that each and every juror can hear the evidence or the testimony that's presented, can follow the testimony, and can understand and evaluate the testimony of each witness and the exhibits. In order to do that, I just want to be very clear that it's important that people do not comment on the evidence or make any comments. Once you enter the room, it's probably a good idea to just listen. Don't talk, don't make any facial expressions, no muttering under your breath, no audible noises, because people need to hear what's going on and to understand everything. So out of respect for your fellow jurors, I would ask that you be very careful to make sure you don't do that, and out of respect to the lawyers who worked so hard to get this case before. Okay? Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Brennan, your first witness, please.
Or if I could begin by offering a stipulation that's agreed to between the parties.
Okay, can we turn the AC down, please? Thank you. Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to read a stipulation agreement between the Commonwealth and the defense.
Okay.
And the stipulation between the parties is as follows. Now comes the Commonwealth and Karen Reed, the defendant, in the above captioned matter. Both parties respectfully stipulate to the following. The 2 Massachusetts State Police troopers present at the autopsy conducted by the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, on January 31st, 2022, were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson. Former Trooper Michael Proctor was not present.
Thank you.
And
Yes, thank you.
with that, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce and play clip number 21.
Okay, Paul, turn the AC off. Hold on 1 second, please, I just want that. Can the jurors hear better with that on?
So John's laying there on his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like, just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
So we need this marked.
Yes. We have the item.
Exhibit 169.
Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Andre Porto to the stand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. I do.
Morning. Hey, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto, last name spelled Porto.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where did you go to school?
I received my undergraduate Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. And then I received a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences at the Boston University School of Medicine.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you worked at the state lab?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
How long have you worked at the state lab, sir?
Since September 2019.
Now, when you joined the lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was hired as a Forensic Scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury your duties and responsibilities as a Forensic Scientist 1?
Sure. So a Forensic Scientist 1 is a training position where we're hired and we undergo an extensive training program where we do undergo the analysis process in training casework samples, where we learn how to do the lab work and analyze profiles. And at the end of this training, I took a competency test to make sure that I was able to accurately conduct the DNA analysis process. And once I passed that, I was then put on to do casework. And a year after completing both my competency tests and a year after my hire date, I was then promoted to a Forensic Scientist 2.
And so you're currently a Forensic Scientist 2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the difference between a Forensic Scientist 1 and a Forensic Scientist 2?
So a Forensic Scientist 2 is just the automatic promotion that you get after a year of hire and passing the initial competency test. And we're able to do the DNA process in casework samples.
Now, so what type of analysis do you currently do at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I can do the DNA analysis process in casework and known samples. That includes the lab work as well as analyzing the DNA profiles that are generated from the work.
Now, first, just in general terms, but specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So there's 4 steps in the analysis process. The first step is extraction, where we apply heat and chemicals to the samples to break open the cells and release that DNA to be available for use. Step 2 is called quantitation, where we take a small sample of that extracted DNA to estimate, and we use chemicals and run it through an instrument to estimate how much DNA we extracted. And then we proceed to step 3, which is called amplification. And that's basically, think of it as a molecular photocopier, where we target specific areas of the DNA to make millions of copies of it. And then we run it through, go to detection, where we run it through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on a computer.
Now, is the state lab where you work accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by an organization called ANAB, which stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board, and ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
I need you to slow down, please.
Sorry.
Please.
Sorry.
Now, Mr. Porto, are there steps taken in your lab during that process that you were just explaining to prevent against contamination?
Yes, there are.
And can you explain what those are?
Sure. So there are various steps. One step to prevent contamination between analysts would be to bleach and wipe down the workstations before use and after. Another way to prevent DNA transfer from analysts to the samples is to wear personal protective equipment, such as lab coats, gloves, masks, hairnets, and beard guards. And a way to prevent transfer from sample to sample would be to frequently change gloves, as well as only have one sample open at a time.
Now, with your work at the lab, is there a review process that your work undergoes?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that process to the jury?
Sure. So once I complete my work, the file undergoes 2 types of reviews. The first is a technical review, where another qualified analyst will take the file and they'll do their own independent assessment and make sure that they come up with the conclusions and that they agree with the conclusions that I reached. And they'll also make sure that all the protocols were followed and every decision is scientifically sound. Once that review is completed, it undergoes an administrative review, where another qualified analyst will then look through the file and they look for clerical errors, such as typos or missing page numbers or missing case numbers. Once those 2 reviews are completed, the results can then be reported out.
Now, as a part of that accreditation process that you were speaking about a few moments ago, do you undergo anything called proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is a test that's administered twice a year by an external vendor, and the results of this test are not known to the analyst at the time. And we basically treat it like it's a real case where it undergoes the analysis process as if it were a real case. And this test is used to show that the analyst is demonstrates ongoing competency in the DNA analysis process. And successful completion of the test is required to maintain qualification as an analyst.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Porto, could you explain to the jury what exactly is DNA?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's basically the building block that makes us who we are. We each have 2 copies of our DNA, one that we inherit from mom and one that we inherit from dad. And this combination makes sure that, barring with the exception of identical twins, we all have different DNA.
And is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes. So what that means is, if I were to take a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, the same DNA profile will be generated.
Now, you spoke a bit earlier about the different steps included in the DNA testing. If you could, just a little bit slower, go through each of those 4 steps again for the jury.
Sure. So like I said, it's a 4-step process. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection. So extraction, we use chemicals and heat to burst open the cells to make that DNA available for use. Quantitation, step 2, we take a small sample of that extracted DNA. We use a different set of chemicals and an instrument to estimate how much DNA is available for use. Amplification is the 3rd step, which I mentioned is the basically molecular photocopier, where it makes millions of copies of specific areas of the DNA. And then the 4th and last step is detection, where we run those amplified copies through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on the computer.
Now, Mr. Porto, what is STR?
So STR stands for short tandem repeats, and they're the locations that we're making the millions of copies of.
Now, in your work at the lab, do you have something that's referred to as a known item?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a known item is?
Sure. So a known item is an item that's taken directly from a person to be used as a reference sample, so we know what the source of that profile is.
And conversely, what is a questioned item?
A questioned item is an item that's taken, let's say, from a crime scene where we don't know what the source is.
Now, do you also have terminology within your lab as far as a parent versus a child item?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain how those labels are and how they reference to what you do in your work?
Sure. So a parent item is, for example, the original item, and the child is a sample of that item. So for example, this box of tissues would be the parent item, and if you were to swab the outside, the swab would be the child item. So the box of tissues would receive, let's say, an item of 1-1. The swabbing of the outside would receive an item of 1-1.1.
Now, what are positive and negative controls?
Yeah, so a positive control is a control that has it's a known sample with a known DNA profile that we use in every step of the DNA analysis process to make sure that each step and instrument worked as expected and properly. And then a negative control is a sample that has no DNA in it. It only receives the chemicals that we use. And that's to ensure that the chemicals that we're using don't have any DNA inherent to them.
Now, when you as an analyst or a forensic scientist too are assigned work within the DNA unit, where do you retrieve that evidence from?
Yeah, so I retrieve it from a locked cold room that's only accessible via keycard.
Now, why are items kept in cold storage?
Yeah, the cold storage helps preserve the DNA for long-term storage.
And as far as the heat versus the cold, why is it that it's specifically kept, or why does the coldness of the storage room help preserve the item?
The cold can help prevent, let's say, growth of bacteria and mold that can degrade DNA.
And what does heat do conversely in reference to an item of forensic value?
Heat can help degrade DNA and also promotes bacterial and mold growth that can further degrade that DNA.
Now, when you receive an item from the cold storage, how is that item typically packaged when you retrieve it from there?
Sure. So the item comes in these plastic, clear, transparent plastic sealed containers that has a label with a case number on it. And inside of that, each sample is within like a small plastic tube that has a label with a case number and item number.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And what type of work in general terms were you assigned to do in this case?
I was assigned to do the DNA analysis process.
And that was on several items, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you explain to the jury the sort of the process that you used to analyze evidence in this case?
Sure. So the case underwent the 4 steps that I explained before. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection.
And there was a known standard that was done in this case, specifically in item number 8-1.1.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from that item 8-1.1.1?
Correct.
And how is that done?
Yeah, so that undergoes the same process that I explained. It'll go through the 4 steps: extraction, quantitation, amplification, detection, and then the analyst that did the interpretation and reported that out, the known standard out, they went through the profile to make sure that it's one person or single source. And once that went through the review process that I explained, so technical and administrative review, and once that was all completed, the standard was available to be used for comparisons.
And to whom was that known standard identified as belonging to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, you used the word in there as far as a single source. Can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training and experience?
Sure. So a single source is just a DNA profile that has one contributor to it. So only one person contributed DNA to that profile.
What exactly is a DNA profile?
Yeah, so a DNA profile is basically the combination of all of the locations that we amplified during the 3rd step of the process. And it's basically, you can think of it as like a chart, like an EKG, where it has peaks and valleys, and each peak has a specific number, and the DNA profile is just a combination of all those numbers put together.
Now, can you explain to the jury in general terms, to start with, the process of comparison between a known standard and a questioned or unknown standard?
Sure. So first, I did the analysis on the question items. I did the 4 steps. I analyzed the profiles that were generated. I then interpreted, make sure that I could determine the number of contributors. And once that was completed, I then used the standard that was available and compared them to all the profiles that were suitable for comparison.
Now, sir, starting with item 3-1.1, what was that a sample from?
That was a sample from taillight passenger.
And from a specific vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, information were you given as to that vehicle that the swab from the taillight was from?
Do you mean like the license plate?
Yes.
Could I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this is a little detail as far as the testimony goes.
I don't have a problem. Does the defense object?
I do not object,
Okay,
Your Honor.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the license plate was 3G6684. Right, I'm sorry, 3GC684.
Now, with reference to the swab from the taillight, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least, I'm so sorry. I'll just restart. So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, what does that mean?
So an inclusion is basically when I look at the DNA profile that was generated and I compare it to the known DNA profile, And if the characteristics of the known profile are consistent with the characteristics observed in the question DNA profile, that's an inclusion.
Now, as far as that number, 510 nonillion, how many zeros in that number?
So a nonillion is a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, that profile, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe's profile, also had 2 unknown contributors, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that item also submitted to an outside vendor named Bodhi Technologies for further analysis?
Correct.
And with reference to your comparative analysis from the profile from this item to Mr. O'Keefe profile, if you could again just expound upon what does inclusion mean?
Yes, so an inclusion, I compared the known standard that I had available for use from John O'Keefe to the DNA profile generated from the tail light. And the DNA profile if that was consistent with the DNA profile that I observed in the questioned item, and that's what an inclusion means.
Now, regarding item 3-6, what is the description of that item?
Yeah, so 3-6 is a root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
And is that the same vehicle as far as the tail light sample?
Correct.
Now, with respect to hair in general, there's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And what limitations does your lab have with regard to DNA testing of hair?
So when we test hair, we're actually, the root end of the hair, we're looking at any potential skin cells that might be attached to the root end. So that's where the DNA that we're looking for is coming from. And if there's not too many, yeah.
Now, are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as autosomal DNA?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is DNA that's located in the nucleus of the cell, and that's the DNA that we inherit from both mom and dad.
Now, are you also familiar, based on your training experience, with a term known as mitochondrial DNA?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of the term mitochondrial DNA is?
Yeah, so mitochondrial DNA is DNA that's found in the mitochondria of a cell, and we inherit that from the mother.
It may be somewhat evident, but could you please explain to the jury sort of the difference between autosomal DNA on the one hand and mitochondrial DNA on the other?
Yeah, so like I said, the autosomal DNA is the one that we have 2 copies of, where we inherit one from mom and one from dad. And then the mitochondrial DNA is a circular DNA that we just inherit from mom.
Now, is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab equipped to perform mitochondrial DNA testing?
No, we're not.
Now, was the DNA extract from the hair also sent to that external vendor, Bodhi Technologies, in Lorton, Virginia?
I'm not sure if the extract was sent, but I know that the shaft of the hair was sent to Bodhi.
Now, what testing did you perform on the hair?
I did the regular DNA analysis process on the root end of the hair.
And that was done prior to it being shipped to that external vendor, is that correct?
Correct.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from the testing that you did on the hair?
Yeah, so there was no human DNA detected, and STR analysis was not performed.
Now, what does that mean, sir?
Yeah, so it means that I didn't detect any human DNA. So there might be DNA on there, but it was below what our instrumentation could detect.
Now, turning our attention to item 3-2.1.1, what is the description related to that item, sir?
It's a sample from the exterior of broken drinking glass.
And is there any further indication as far as the broken drinking glass, as far as where it was recovered?
Oh, yeah, 34 Fairview Road.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the drinking glass?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 530 non-nillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This supports an inclusion.
This is the last time I'll ask you this, but just if you could reiterate to the jury, what does an inclusion mean?
Yep, so an inclusion is when I compared the known standard to the question item, and if the profile in the known standard is consistent with the profile in the question profile, that's an inclusion.
And that number again, as far as 530 non-alien, how many zeros again in that number?
That's a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to another item, 7-1.2.1. What is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And is there any further indication as to whom those jeans belong to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, were you also able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from the questioned item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude with reference to that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. Now, turning your attention to item 7-1.3.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain B on upper right leg of jeans.
And same jeans as the previous item?
Yes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, stain B on the upper right leg of the jeans of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yep, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 660 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.4.1, and again, these items with the dash and the point, is that what you were referring to earlier as the parent-child relationship between items?
Yes.
And what is the description for 7-1.4.1?
Sample from stain C on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain C on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis of this question item stain C to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 830 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.5.1, what was the description of that?
Sample from stain D on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain D on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also do some testing on an item 7-1.6.1?
Yes, I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain E on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, stain E, on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that questioned item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides a support for an inclusion.
I used a different number there as far as a decillion. How many zeros is a decillion?
Yeah, a decillion is a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
Now, with each of those items that you just testified about as far as the genes, the question items from the stains on Mr. O'Keefe's jeans, those were each located on the right leg, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also perform some analysis on item 7-1.7.1?
I did.
And what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from unstained areas of the exterior of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, from the unstained areas of the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 53 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, with that number, as far as 53 septillion times more likely, how many zeros in a septillion?
A septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to what's listed as number 12 in your report, but item 7-18.4.1. Did you do some testing on that item as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front of Gray's long sleeve shirt.
And the gray long sleeve shirt, is that attributed as belonging to a specific person?
Yes, John O'Keefe.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, specifically sample from stain C on the top front of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that questioned item from the shirt to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 58 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, that number, as far as 58 octillion times more likely, how many zeros in an octillion?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could take you down to listed as 15 in your report, but did you do some testing on item 7-18.14.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
So sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis with reference to that item, the sample from stain L on the back bottom right of the gray long sleeve shirt, in comparison to the DNA profile from the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also perform some analysis on an item numbered 7-18.17.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And similarly, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, the sample from the unstained areas of the exterior of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 nonillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to group a couple, 4 separate items from your report, starting with what's listed in your report as number 9 is item 7-3.1, correct?
Correct.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain D on right instep of sneaker.
And 11 from your report, you also did some analysis on item 7-18.3.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.7.1, do you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain F on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, in this group, item 7-18.8.1, what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain G on back left sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And with respect to each of those last four samples from those items, were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to each of those four?
Profiles were generated from them.
And what did you conclude based on the generation of those profiles with those four items?
Yeah, so the profiles that were generated were not suitable for comparison.
And if you could explain briefly to the jury, when you say not suitable for comparison, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so for 7-3.1, it was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. And at the DNA unit, we validated, basically we tested and make sure that our protocols were we can only interpret mixtures of up to 4 contributors. So I determined that there were 5 contributors, so that makes it too complex for us to do comparisons to it. So it's not suitable for comparison for that reason. And the other 3 items, due to the quality of the profile, they were not suitable for comparison. And basically what that means is that there were such low amounts of DNA that was in the sample that there was a lack of information from the profiles themselves, so they weren't really suitable for comparisons.
And just to be clear, the item that you're referring to with the 5 possible contributors, that's a shoot, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention in your report to what you have listed as number 10, there are a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And starting with item 7-17.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And 7-17.3, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top of front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.4.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.5.1, what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from stain D on front bottom right of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on back left shoulder of orange t-shirt.
And so each of those respectively were samples taken from stains on the orange t-shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now turning your attention to item 7-18.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on right sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.5.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain D on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.9.1, did you generate a profile from that item as well?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H1 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.10.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H2 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.11.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain I on back right shoulder of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.12.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain J on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, with this group search, item 7-18.13.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain K on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And so each of those items beginning with 7-18 were associated with various stains taken from various areas on the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to each of those areas of the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, were you able to generate a DNA profile from those items?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis of each of the DNA profiles from those items to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as it originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, again, if you could just remind the jury, when you say single source contributor, what does that mean?
Yeah, so a single source profile is a profile that has one contributor to it. So like one person contributed DNA to that profile.
And with respect to the number as far as 490 octillion times more likely, how many zeros are in that number?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, lastly, sir, did you perform any analysis with reference to items numbered 8-2 and 8-3?
I did.
And what were the descriptions respectively for items 8-2 and 8-3?
So item 8-2 was right-hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe, and item 8-3 were left-hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe.
So fingernail clippings from both the right and left hand of Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from those item numbers, the right and left-hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And based on, from your comparative analysis of the DNA profile from the right and left-hand fingernail clippings, both of Mr. O'Keefe, taken in conjunction with the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
So with respect to each the right and left-hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe, both of those were identified by you or your analysis as a single source contributor, correct?
Correct.
And they were each 490 octillion times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Porto, I would like to start by asking you about item 3-1.1, which you've identified as a sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. Can you orient yourself in your report to that item?
Yes.
And that, of course, was the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You were never asked to do any DNA comparison on any pieces of taillight connected with this case, correct?
Let me check my other report. For taillight, there was another item that was item 3-3.1, which was sampled from apparent glass on rear bumper, if that's what you're referencing.
Okay, so if I suggested to you that the taillight was plastic, that glass wouldn't have been the taillight, correct?
I don't have, that's beyond my scope of testing.
Gotcha. Okay. With regard to the passenger side taillight, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe. Is that fair to say?
He was included into
right.
the profile.
With regard to the other 2 contributors, who were they?
They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked to compare DNA samples from either Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert or Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz to the DNA profile that you analyzed from that passenger side taillight?
I was not.
Now, with regard to the broken drinking glass, which is item 3-2.1.1, do you see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to that, you came up with a DNA profile that also had 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe, correct?
He was included, correct.
Who were the other 2 contributors?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked, with regard to that broken drinking glass, to compare the DNA profile that you analyzed with the DNA of either Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert or ATF agent Brian Higgins?
I was not.
Now, with regard to 7.1.2.1, or maybe it's 7-1.2.1, that's the stain A from the upper right leg of the jeans?
Correct.
All right. And you were aware, you were told that those were the jeans that John O'Keefe was wearing on the morning in question when he was found?
Based on the sample description, that's what it seems.
All right. And it turned out that his DNA was on his own jeans, correct?
He was included in the profile.
All right. And that was unsurprising to you, correct? And with regard to that item, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA, correct?
Correct.
With John O'Keefe being one of them.
He was included in the profile, yes.
And who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Let's move on to stain B, also from the upper right leg of the jeans. That is 7-1.3.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
When you found a DNA profile, how many contributors of DNA were there?
3 contributors.
All right. And again, this was John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
So he was one of the 3 contributors.
He was included in the profile, yeah.
Who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Moving on to stain C from the upper right leg of the jeans. 7-1.4.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to the DNA profile that you analyzed there, how many contributors of DNA were there to that profile?
At least 2, and it was interpreted as 2 contributors.
And again, this is the same pair of jeans that he was found in, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
And you said at least 2 contributors. It actually could have been more than 2.
Based on our protocols, I had to call it 2, and we determined it as 2, but it could be more than 2, yes.
Okay. Well, let's pay attention to the one that was not John O'Keefe, at least that one. Who contributed that DNA to his pants?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
Moving on to stain D, which is 7-1.5.1. And if I can just put my glasses on to make sure I've read my own writing correctly. Actually, is it 7-15-1? Did I get that wrong the first time?
D?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean
stain D? Stain D.
Stain D is 7-1.5.1.
Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay.
Right.
With regard to that stain, you also got a DNA profile, and how many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 3 contributors.
And again, this is John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Correct.
He was one of the contributors to his own genes, correct?
He was included in the profile.
And with regard to that stain on the upper right leg of his jeans, who contributed the DNA to the, who were the other 2 contributors of DNA to that stain?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
And then finally, with regard to that upper right leg of the jeans, there was also a stain E, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors did you find to that DNA profile?
2 contributors.
One of which was John O'Keefe to his own genes, correct?
He was included, yes.
And who was the other contributor to that stain on the jeans?
It could be anybody. I don't know.
And by the way, just for the record, that was 7.1.6.1?
7-1.6.
7-1.6.1. Thank you, sir. Okay, now, with regard to the unstained area of the exterior of the jeans, do you see item 7-1.7.1?
Yes.
You found a DNA profile with regard to that unstained area as well, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors of DNA were there to that unstained area of the jeans?
I interpreted it as 4 contributors.
And John O'Keefe was one of those, correct?
He was included in the profile.
His own genes?
Based on the description, yes.
Who were the other 3 contributors to that DNA profile?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
And before we move on to the sneaker, I just wanted to ask you a question about the passenger side taillight that I neglected to ask you. That was the one where there were 3 contributors, correct? And again, I'm going back to 3-1.1.
Correct.
Sorry to skip around, sir. I'm not trying to make this
It's all
any
right.
more confusing than it is. With regard to the passenger side taillight and that DNA profile, are you able to determine when that DNA was deposited on the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Are you able to testify with any certainty that it was deposited there, say, on January 28th or 29th of 2022?
No, I can't.
So, consistent with your analysis of it, are you able to say whether it occurred prior to January 28th of 2022?
No, I can't.
Were you aware that that vehicle was John O'Keefe's girlfriend's vehicle?
I was not.
Were you provided any information about just how often he had been in and around that vehicle prior to January 28th of 2022? So moving on to 7-3.1, which was the right instep of the sneaker, correct? You see that in your report?
Yep.
With regard to that particular stain, you noted how many contributors of DNA?
Yeah, it was interpreted as at least 5 contributors.
And when you have interpreted as at least 5 contributors, what does that do to your ability to find out who contributed that DNA?
So based on our protocols, we're not able to do any comparisons to any mixtures that are 5 or more contributors, so it's not suitable for comparisons.
Okay, which means that with regard to the sneaker at least, you couldn't even say whether John O'Keefe's DNA was on it, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all 5, do you have any idea who contributed the DNA to that sneaker?
No, I don't.
Now, moving on to, I just have a couple more for you, sir. Moving on to what is labeled as stain L, which is 7-18.14.1, I believe. Do you see that in your report?
I do.
And that was a stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And were you told that the long sleeve shirt was his outer clothing when he was found?
I don't believe so.
How many contributors to that stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt did you find in that DNA profile?
I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
And did you make any match with regard to either of those contributors or both?
I did comparisons, and John O'Keefe was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so John O'Keefe was a contributor of DNA to his own long sleeve shirt, correct?
Based on the descriptions, correct.
All right, and whose other DNA was on that shirt?
I don't know.
And then finally, with regard to 7-18.17.1, that was an unstained area of the exterior of that shirt, correct? That same long sleeve shirt.
Correct.
And you tested that and got a DNA profile, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
Was John O'Keefe one of them?
He was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so his DNA was found on his own shirt, correct?
Based on the description, correct.
And who contributed the other DNA profile to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
I don't know.
With regard to any of the stains on the upper right leg of the jeans, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you've discussed here today. Were you ever asked to compare the DNA profile with the DNA profiles of either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
I was not. Oh,
sorry. And your answer was you were not?
I was not.
Did anybody ever provide you with DNA profiles of Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
Sustained to that.
If I may have one moment, Judge.
Yes.
I just have one more question for you, Mr. Porto, and I do want to thank you for answering all my questions here today. You wrote reports on your analysis of all the items and the work that you did on this case?
I did.
And you are directed, pursuant to protocol, to address those reports to somebody, correct?
Correct.
Who was it that you sent the reports to in this case?
I'm sustaining the objection.
Did you send those reports to Michael Proctor?
Sustain. Jurors, strike the question.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Porto, based on your training and experience in years of doing DNA testing at the lab, when it comes to samples from items of clothing, is it uncommon or common to have multiple contributors?
That depends. It can happen, but it's possible, yes.
Is it something that's a complete anomaly?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Now, turning your attention back to item 3-1.1, that's the sample from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe was found to, his known DNA profile was found to be an inclusion for the DNA profile from the swab from the defendant's passenger side taillight, correct?
He was included in the profile, yes.
And to what statistical, what is the number associated with that inclusion, sir?
The DNA profile from this item is 510 non-alien times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals.
Now, Mr. Porter, if I could turn you back to number 10 in your report, there's a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the items listed associated with various stains on various areas of Mr. O'Keefe's orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, there's about 13 different DNA profiles that you generated in reference to those items, correct?
Correct.
And from those 13 different items, they're all from a single contributor, is that correct?
Correct. They were interpreted as originated from a single contributor.
And as far as the DNA profile, your comparison of each of those 13 different stains on the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, what were your conclusions again as your comparison with the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Yeah, so the profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And lastly, with reference to the fingernail clippings from both the right hand and the left hand of Mr. O'Keefe, those were also, your analysis provided for inclusion of Mr. O'Keefe's known DNA standard, correct?
He was included in the profile, correct.
And again, the profile from both the right hand and the left hand fingernail clippings was a single source contributor, correct?
Sustain.
How many sources were associated with those?
Objection.
Sustain.
Nothing further.
Okay. You all set, Mr. Unity?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You are all set, Mr. Porto.
Thank you.
Very much. Who is the next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Ashley Valier to stand.
Okay. Jim.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Valier.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Ash Valier, spelled Vallier.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And where did you go to school?
I got my bachelor degree in biochemistry and cell biology from UC San Diego, and a master's degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work from there?
Directly after I got my degree at Boston University, I worked at the Broad Institute.
And what did you do at the Broad Institute?
I did quality control checks of items that potentially could be tested for pharmaceutical use.
Now, how long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A little over 6 years.
Now, is the state lab accredited?
It is.
And by whom?
ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
It stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And the ANSI within the ANAB, what does that stand for?
That is another acronym that I don't recall right now.
Now, as part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of type of proficiency testing?
I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
A proficiency test is a test that is given from an outside agency in the discipline that you do casework in, that you would work through like a normal case, but it has an end expected result at the end.
And how often do you undergo proficiency testing?
Every year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I've done proficiency tests in gunshot primer residue and physical match analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, when you initially joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were hired for?
I was hired as a forensic scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury what your duties and responsibilities were as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1 is the introductory level. It's when you start your training in whatever discipline you're going to be trained in and quality control checks. After you've been at the laboratory for over a year and you're signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist 2.
And you're currently a forensic scientist 2, is that correct?
Yes.
What is the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and a forensic scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A forensic scientist 2 has been at the lab for over a year and can do casework.
Now, just in general terms, what does the trace unit do or examine within the State Police Crime Laboratory?
I'm a part of the trace, arson, and explosives unit. So we analyze a wide range of pieces of evidence. So trace covers a lot of small things. So paint, fibers, glass, gunshot primer residue, physical matches. Arson covers fire debris evidence, and explosives covers explosives.
Now, specifically with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury, just in general terms at first, how is that analysis performed?
So physical match analysis is piecing broken things together to see if they were at once a single item. Generally, you look at the questioned item first, the item that you don't know specifically where it came from. Look at that, and then you would look at the known item, which is an item with a known source, like specifically like this window or like this vehicle. They're analyzed at separate times. And then if it looks like there could potentially be a physical match, you would analyze them together and see if they have a mechanical fit.
Now, when you retrieve items just in general to do some sort of physical match analysis, where do you get those items from?
We have evidence storage locations at the laboratory.
And how are they typically packaged when you receive them?
They can be packaged in cardboard boxes, brown paper bags, heat-sealed plastic bags. It depends on the individual items.
And When you're doing this analysis as far as the physical match analysis, what do you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
I mean, before I do any analysis, I bleach my bench, clean my tools, and then put down a fresh sheet of butcher paper.
And why do you do that?
To make sure everything's clean.
Now, again, speaking more in general terms, on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In general terms, with your work within the lab, on what types of items can you perform a physical match analysis?
A lot. Anything that has a broken or irregular edge.
Would that include glass?
Yes.
Would that include plastic?
Yes.
What are some of the other things that would also include?
Any sort of like polymer, metals.
And when you're doing a physical match analysis, what instruments do you utilize in the course of that analysis?
Generally, I'll use a stereo zoom microscope. Depending on the size of the items compared, I can use other microscopes as well.
Now, what is a stereo zoom microscope?
A stereo zoom microscope is a microscope that's mounted on a stand, so it gives a wider range of view that you can look at larger items.
And how are you using that specifically in your physical match analysis of, let's say, items of plastic?
I'll use it to look at the edges and see if there's any like defining characteristics along those broken edges.
Now, as you're going through your analysis, do you document your work as you go?
I do.
And how do you do that?
With handwritten notes and with photos.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
I was asked to do physical match analysis, and then later on I was asked to look at, do some trace recovery, look at some debris.
Starting with the physical match analysis, how many different items approximately were you asked to look at?
Over 10.
Several, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And how were each of those items packaged when you received them?
So the questioned items were packaged first in a large paper bag, and then each item was individually packaged in a smaller brown paper bag within that container.
Now, again, just in general terms, because you've used it a couple times, when you say questioned item versus known item, as it pertains to this analysis in this case, what were the questioned items generally, and what was the known item?
The question items were items labeled as coming from a road, and the known item was labeled as coming from a taillight from a vehicle.
Now, in this case, did you perform your physical match analysis in the same manner that you've previously described based on your education, training, and experience within the lab?
Yes.
Now, initially, you had examined some various plastic and glass items, and there was a drinking straw in there as well, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, as far as the item numbers that you looked at in this physical match analysis, could you provide the jury with a list of just the item numbers first to start with?
May
Your
I
Honor.
have your report with you, Ms. Valier?
I do.
Okay. Is there any objection, Mr. Lee, to using the report?
No objection at all.
So feel free to use it.
Thank you, Your
Honor. So the questioned items labeled as coming from the road were item 7-5, item 7-6, 7-8, 7-9, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, 7-16, and 7-19. And the known item labeled coming from the passenger side taillight is item 3-1.
Now, Ms. Valier, within those specific item numbers of how things are labeled at your lab, if there are different pieces associated with the same item, how is it that you label those, specifically in this physical match analysis here?
So some of the items had multiple pieces within that item. So I labeled them A, B, C, etc., depending on how many pieces there were.
Now, if you could, please explain to the jury just, again, the process that you followed in your examination of each of those items.
So first I looked at the questioned items, the items labeled as coming from the road. I looked at, I documented the overall package because they were all packaged in the same container, the same brown paper bag. Documented that individually. Inside of it, there were a bunch of individual brown paper bags. Documented that, and I went one at a time through them, opening each paper bag, taking written notes, taking photos of the items inside. Within each item, I looked to see if any of those pieces fit together. And I cleaned my bench in between the items.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Your Honor, for the court, I've shown Mr. Yannetti all the photos in advance.
Okay. Is there an objection to any of them,
There is
Mr.
no
Newell?
objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we just go ahead and mark them all as evidence?
Your Honor, if I could, I was going to take them item by item.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Ms. Valier, I'm showing you 4 photographs. You recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of item 3-1.
And again, what was the description associated with item 3-1?
Passenger side taillight.
And was that description further give sort of a specific vehicle or license plate associated with the vehicle that the taillight came?
It does. Massachusetts 3GC684.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A through D.
Right, those are coming. That's why I wanted to just mark them all because they're all coming. Right?
That's fine. If the court prefers, I can provide them.
All right.
Exhibits 170A through 170D.
May I approach with the remainder, Your Honor?
Yes. And if you have them in sections, we can do that.
This way, I'm showing you 2 more photographs. Just ask if you recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-5.
And again, from your report, what was the description in reference to item 7-5?
Yeah. Thank you. You're fine. It's just loud. Yes.
Okay. Piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
Okay.
Exhibit 171A and B.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I publish some of those?
Yes.
photos to the jury? Ms. Gilman, if I could first ask for photograph 2122. And Ms. Valier, what's up on the screen, that is the bag associated with the passenger side taillight or the known item, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge a little bit towards the bottom where the ruler is. Now, Ms. Valier, what's up on the screen now as far as the sort of notations there? Who made those?
I did.
And how do you know that you were the one who made those?
That's my handwriting, and those are my initials.
So the AMV is for your name, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of the items that you photographed, you had photographs that were taken of sort of what was in the evidence bag in total, displayed on your table that you would clean with the solution and everything else, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom out a little bit to show the item. And again, what's up on the screen, that is item 3-1, the known item as far as the tail light from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2126. And Ms. Valier, if you could just describe for the jury, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same items, just turned over.
And lastly, for this set, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2135. And again, same item as far as 3-1, the tail light taken from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 1905. And Ms. Valier, as far as with each of these items, you take photographs when they're inside the bag and then once you take them out of the bag, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1908. And what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of item 7-5.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
We'll need 2 more photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-6.
And that's one of the bag and then one when the item is taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the description for item 7-6?
Piece of plastic, clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I appreciate those. Your Honor, I'll call them up to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B.
Okay. 172 A and B.
With the court's permission, may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1921. And then photograph 1924. And what's depicted up on the screen is that what you just have before you as the photograph that you took of item 7-6 recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, you review those? Can you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
Photos I took of item 7-8.
And one of the bag and then one of the items removed from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with item 7-8?
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Call them up to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those to the jury.
Yes. Exhibits 173 A and B.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931. And then 1934. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on those items, please. And Ms. Valier, again, what are we looking at in this photograph of item 7 dash? What are we looking at again in this photograph? Excuse me.
Photos of item 7-8.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Those. And you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-9 and 7-19.
And as far as the first photograph, as far as the bag, and then the second with the items taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
So 7-9 and 7-19 were contained in the same bag?
They were. I then separated them into 2 separate packages.
And as far as 7-9 and 7-19, respectively, if you could tell the jury what was the description for each of those items.
Item 7-9 was pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Item 7-19 is trace item, black straw, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Your Honor, will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B. May I publish, Your Honor?
Hold on.
Oh, forgive me.
74A, 174B.
Now you can publish.
My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1958, please. And then 1962. And again, Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of that bag, item 7-9 and item 7-19.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs, do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize as?
Photos of item 7-10.
And again, one of the bag and one of the contents of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description for item 7-10.
A piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want the suit to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 175A and B.
May I publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1952. And 1956. And again, Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-10.
Thank you. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs, do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-11.
And again, one photo of the bag and one photo of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And again, if you could, please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-11.
Piece of plastic, 6, red, clear, and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Call both the seats to produce and admit as the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 176A and B.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1979 and 1982. Again, Ms. Valier, I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on the items themselves. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-11.
These are photos, again, that you took in the lab during the course of your comparative or physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos, if you could look at those. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-12.
And again, photograph of the bag, photograph of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what's the description of item 7-12.
Trace item, 14 glass and clear plastic, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in minutes the next
Okay.
exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 177A and 177B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2015 and 2018. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Valier, again, can you describe what's depicted up on the screen?
A photo I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-13.
And again, one of the bag and then one with the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description for item 7-13.
Piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'd love to seek you to introduce the next exhibit A and B.
Exhibit 178A and 178B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1997. And 2000. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could, please zoom in on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Valier, directing your attention to the screen, can you describe for the jury what is depicted on the screen now?
A photo I took of item 7-13.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-14.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And again, could you please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-14?
Pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want to seek to introduce the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 179A and B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2009 and 2012. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the item. And Ms. Valier, as far as what's depicted on the screen, again, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
A photo of item 7-14.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, if you could recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
Photos of item 7-15.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items taken from the bag, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description associated with item 7-15.
Piece of plastic, 3 clear and 5 red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
The problem will seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit, A and B.
180A and 180B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2072.
Yes.
Yes.
And 2077, please. Again, if you could zoom just a little as far as the items are concerned. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Item 7-15.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-16.
And again, one of the bag and then one of the contents from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description associated with item 7-16.
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm all to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Exhibit 181A and B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2036 and 2040. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little. Thank you very much. And Ms. Valier, if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this particular photograph.
This is item 7-16.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, with respect to each of these items that you examined in your physical match analysis, again, as far as the process is concerned, with the questioned items, what are you doing with reference to each of those questioned items first?
First, I document them as you've seen. I'll see if any of those within the item have a physical match with each other. And then I'll package that away and look at all the questioned items before I compare inter-questioned items to see if there are any physical matches in between all of the 7- items.
And as far as your notes are concerned, what is it that you're noting in reference to each of those items as far as what characteristics of the item are you taking note of?
I'll note the size, the color, and the material.
And what, if any, measurements do you take of each of those respective items as well?
I'll take the length and width of each item.
Now, with respect, starting with item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the defendant's vehicle, sort of internally within that item 3-1, what did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis within that item alone?
Within item 3-1, I believe 4 of the pieces fit together.
And, Your Honor, if the witness may refer to her notes
Yes.
as to, thank you.
Yes, four of the pieces fit together within item 3-1.
And which 4 of the pieces?
Pieces A, B, D, and F.
And as far as the labeling of those pieces of an individual item, let's just start with item 3-1. A, B, D, and F, how are they labeled and how do you sort of physically label those items?
We have a label maker in the lab, so I'll print out the case number, the item number, and then A, B, C, and my initials, and that goes physically on each of those items, or all of those pieces.
So if any of those items had a sticker on it with a letter or something associated with that, that would be something that you did during the course of your physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-5, piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis just within that single item?
There was no physical match noted among those 3 pieces of apparent plastic.
And when you say no physical match found from the different pieces within that item, what does that mean?
The broken edges of each piece did not align.
So the broken edges of the individual pieces within item 7-5 did not fit together with the broken edges of pieces within item 7-5, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to item 7-6, a clear piece of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude based on your physical match analysis just pertaining to that item 7-6?
So this item was 2 pieces of colorless apparent plastic, and there was no physical match noted between those two pieces.
Now, with reference to item 7-8, red and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just with the pieces contained within item 7-8?
So there were 14 pieces. Pieces C and D fit together, and pieces E and F fit together.
And when you say fit together, is there a term of art used within your field called a mechanical fit?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is a mechanical fit?
So a mechanical fit and a physical match are the same thing. It's when the broken edges align together to show that they were once a single item.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-9, pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis of just the individual pieces contained within item 7-9?
So this item had 3 pieces, and no physical match was found between those.
Turning your attention to item 7-10, red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able, that is a single item, is that correct?
Correct.
So no physical match because there's nothing to match, it's just one piece, correct?
Correct.
And turning your attention to item 7-11, identified as 6 red, clear, and black pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just within those pieces contained within 7-11?
So that item had 6 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 6.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, which was identified as 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Again, what did you conclude from your physical match analysis just from the various pieces contained within item 7-12?
So there were 14 pieces overall. Pieces B, C, D, F, and K fit together mechanically as one unit. And then pieces E and I fit together mechanically as one unit. And pieces M and N fit together mechanically as one unit.
Now, through your examination of these pieces in particular and other pieces as well, did you note any debris contained on the pieces that you located?
Yes.
And can you say anything as far as what that debris was, or was there any analysis done of that debris specifically?
I just note that there was debris present, and I package it into a tin that's retained with the original packaging.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, that was a piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, just with respect to your physical match analysis of the various pieces of 7-13, what did you conclude?
So that item had 3 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 3.
And again, with reference to item 7-14, piece of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, that was again a single item, correct?
A single piece, yes.
So I'll turn your attention to item 7-15, 3 clear and 5 red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis, again, just from the various pieces contained within item 7-15?
So there were 8 pieces in this one. Pieces F and H fit together mechanically.
Turning your attention to, lastly for this purpose, item 7-16, piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis just contained within the pieces of that single item, 7-16?
So that item had 7 pieces. Pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, Ms. Valier, once you had examined each of those pieces individually, what did you do next in your analysis?
Next, I compared all of the inter-questioned, these items 7-5 to 7-16. I compared them to see if there was a mechanical fit amongst those, between those items.
Mr. Lally, is this a good place for a break?
That's perfect. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning break. We'll see you back here in about 15, 20 minutes. Thanks for letting you can walk out right with the jurors. And can I see counsel for a minute, please?
I see a little silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening me. Galileo, Figaro. Magnifico! I'm just a poor boy, nobody loves me. He's just a poor boy from a poor family, sparing his life from this monstrosity. Easy come, easy go, will you let me go? Bismillah, no, we will not let you go. Let him go! Bismillah, we will not let you go. Let him go! Bismillah, we will not let you go. Let me go! We'll not let you go. Let me go!
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, Your Honor discussed with the parties, and parties were heard with regard to the issues we have raised with regard to the timing of the May 8th report from Mr. Burgess that the defense received on May 11th. And what I wanted to do, Your Honor, is briefly provide the information Your Honor asked for yesterday, which was how much time we might need under various circumstances. Okay. And so I wanted to take a few moments to put that in context. It will only take me a brief amount of time to do so. So, Your Honor, there is a timing issue, but there's most importantly a substantive issue. I will not, of course, go into the detail of yesterday, but the timing really is informed by the substantive issue. And so, with regard to the matter, we went back and we looked at more deeply the effect of this timing and this movement of the what has been referred to as clock drift in Mr. Burgess's report that we got on May 11th. I spoke of the significance yesterday, and here's what I would like to add as is relevant to the time we're going to need. I again urge the court to reject it substantively, because what we did was we went and we looked at matters such as the cross-examination of a key witness in this case, Jennifer McCabe. She testified with regard to observing a vehicle at 12:45 a.m. And that's a significant point. I know I don't need to elucidate for Your Honor. All of this is going in significant part, if not total part, to what has been as alleged a collision here, which we vigorously contest. No collision ever occurred. But the timing of it, the timing of what's alleged by the Commonwealth is very important. The seconds are important. Literally 1 second can turn not only the Commonwealth's theory completely around in circles and debunk it, but also the jury's analysis of it. And this is the point I wanted to elucidate today, is that the jurors have been provided information, and the defense has aimed its defense on this claim based upon, in large part, timing. So now what we have is on May 11th, Mr. Burgess changing the timing. So what does it affect? Not only witnesses like Jennifer McCabe, who we crossed, we strategized with regard to, but also my decision to not even cross Trooper Garino, because Trooper Garino had testimony with regard to when Ms. Reed connected with the Wi-Fi at One Meadows, and there's a certain time associated with that. We have Mr. Whiffen, who went through, the Commonwealth went through a timeline, and we believe they went through a timeline for the theory that they had, and I cross-examined Mr. Whiffen extensively with regard to that timeline. There were several defense strategies and effectuations of strategies based upon that timing. So with regard to the substance, Your Honor, and there's more, but I think that's a fair representation. It innervates our entire defense. The question now of Your Honor of how much time it will take the defense to react to Mr. Burgess, I wanted to say it's not only a reaction, but it's a substantive defense analysis and 3/4 of the effectuation of that has already occurred through our presentation in terms of cross-examination. So we would have to, and we're still evaluating that, revisit all of that. And secondly, we would have to put that into the calculation of all of our witnesses that we've already prepared that are based upon that timeline. So it is a very significant point, and to the extent that the Commonwealth tries to argue, well, you know, we never really committed that much to a certain time period. I again urge the court to look at the report of Dr. Judson Welcher, where he has 1162-2 with a specific range 1238 to 43. And even in their range, it's a very small time, which further supports how each second matters in this regard. Now to the answer to the question Your Honor asked yesterday. Again, I urge that it just be rejected and we keep this trial moving in its current pace. To the extent that that does not occur, and again, we urge that it be rejected, the report, because it's a Rule 14 violation, there is no remedy for the defense. However, to the extent, and given Your Honor nonetheless asked me for an answer in time, we would need 4 days to be able to address it. We will not ever be able to recover strategically or substantively from it, given all that's been presented to the jury, and it will be very difficult to figure out how we're going to go present a defense after we've already presented to the jury our defense and our cross-examination. It's not really structurally possible to simply take 4 days and address Mr. Burgess, because we can't go back to all the witnesses I just mentioned and others and start crossing them and eliciting testimony with this new time period in mind. But I wanted to answer the question, Your Honor, respectfully. It would be 4 days for us to even go from where we are now and then try to alter not only witnesses such as Arca, but DeSogra and Gaffney and other types of witnesses that we have in that regard. So, Your Honor, respectfully, that is my response.
All right. Does the Commonwealth want to be heard?
I do.
Okay.
Respectfully, Your Honor, the defense is very confused. They attempt to confuse the issue. They attempt to confuse Your Honor about what the impact would be. This has never been a change. The government is not changing their timeline. The Commonwealth is not changing any information. The Commonwealth is not offering anything that affects in any way the testimony of witnesses. It's notable in the argument there is no relationship to the facts or the actual report that was provided. The Commonwealth has always provided the data, which they have, and they hadn't a chance to analyze. And the interpretation of the data has been different between the parties. We have been clear from the beginning at the time in which the infotainment system shows that there was a collision. We've been clear. And the data has been clear. That has never changed. That data in the telestream system is based on a clock in the Lexus, which both sides know full well is different than a clock in an iPhone. You can see all the productions of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation where it shows that time, 12:31:43, has never changed. Also, it has been clear that both sides appreciate that there is a variance between the clock in the Lexus, which leads to that system information, and a clock in an iPhone. In fact, the defense was so aware of it, they hired an expert, Mr. DeSorga, who gave his opinions about that variance. We have never suggested there was not a variance in this case. In fact, we have highlighted the variance. When their expert, Mr. DeSorga, provided a report, we believed that his analysis was wrong. And so we looked at the variance and the data that was available from the telestream system and John O'Keefe's Waze data that was on his phone, that was always available to all of the experts in both sides. And when Mr. Burgess looked at the variance at the time of a three-point turn, about 7 minutes before the collision, he simply matched the Waze information on Mr. O'Keefe's phone to that of the information from the telestream, and saw that it was a 21 to 29 second variance. All that data was available to the defense because their expert made an improper conclusion is not our fault. This does not change the testimony of anybody. They point to Jen McCabe's text message where she said she thought she saw a motor vehicle out front that evening at 12:45. That is not consistent with the Commonwealth's timeline, but that doesn't change. That favors the defense. It does not change anything to do with ARCA. ARCA has not, as far as I've seen in any reports, ever talked about the variance, just Mr. DeSorda. And so because this is inconvenient for the defense, and because it further focuses the variance that we already discussed and provided, isn't a reason to exclude it. It's not late discovery. It's not a Rule 14 violation. It is further analysis of information that was already provided, opinions that were already provided, and it is in response to their experts' mistake about that variance. There's nothing new here. Nothing has changed.
Go right ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The only question I had for you yesterday, for you to respond to today, was the time, so I gave you more leeway.
And
So
you're giving me more leeway, and I appreciate it.
go right ahead.
So, two items, Your Honor. As I alluded to yesterday, and it's been a point that Mr. Brennan just made, we believe strongly, Your Honor, that at a minimum there needs to be a voir dire of Mr. Burgess. And we believe strongly there needs to be a voir dire because we have a serious concern that the sequestration order has been violated. He has changed a very key aspect of this matter after the testimony of Mr. Whiffen, after Mr. Whiffen presenting a timeline. In his report, Mr. Burgess, his new purported report of May 8th, he references to align it with Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. That is the essence of Mr. Whiffen's report, is anchoring in his timeline. He did a whole timeline on Mr. O'Keefe's report. And conveniently, the proposed alteration by Mr. Burgess in his report of this clock drift now makes it very, very close to fitting within Mr. Whiffen's timeline and the theory of the prosecution. At a minimum, we need a voir dire to ask Mr. Burgess, why did he do what he did? Another reason for the voir dire. Mr. Brennan yesterday said, we were surprised to get the report. That further makes great concern as to why Mr. Burgess did what he did. Lastly, Your Honor, with regard to Mr. Brennan's point, he made it yesterday and I corrected it, he said it again today, that supposedly our witness, Mr. DeSogra, made an error and that we're trying to correct an error of Mr. DeSogra. That is incorrect, Your Honor. Again, Mr. DeSogra was responding to Mr. Burgess's report. Mr. DeSogra's report is entirely saying, okay, Mr. Burgess says this, and therefore the defense says this. Now Mr. Burgess is changing what he is saying. So it is completely incorrect to say that Mr. DeSogra is trying to correct an error. That would require, again, Mr. DeSogra to change what he has done. Final point is this. There was also an issue, Your Honor, and this is extremely important with regard to burden shifting. There's not only the question of should this be allowed at all, there's not only the question of how much time the defense will need, but there's a third and important issue, and that's burden shifting. What Mr. Brennan proposed yesterday was a very irregular process where essentially the Commonwealth gets 3 bites at the apple for a problem that they caused. The problem we're talking about is Mr. Burgess changing a significant part of a timeline. Yes, there was a variance that he had, but he picked a range of the variance. He's now changing the variance. So what the Commonwealth is proposing is that our witnesses go forward, The aperture gets to wait, they come on, and then the aperture gets to come on yet again. We would urge.
I did not understand the Commonwealth asking me that. Are you asking me to do that, Mr.
I would
Brennan?
appreciate the clarification.
I'm not sure what he's saying, so.
It sounds like DeBrosia or whatever.
His name is DeSoder, yes.
DeSoder, you're suggesting that the Commonwealth suggested yesterday that he testifies first and then the aperture witnesses?
What I understood was going to happen is Mr. Brennan said yesterday that Dr. Welcher cannot come in until after.
No, I didn't understand that. I understood Dr. Welcher, Shannon Burgess, and then Dr. Welcher for everything that you folks received prior, January 31st, or whatever the date was. And then potentially for all the new ARCA information that came in May 7th, that portion, Dr. Welcher returning on rebuttal for. Not that they were holding back Dr. Welcher completely. Is that correct, Mr. Brennan?
That's the conversation I had. That conversation I wasn't part of.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood that, Mr. Alessi.
So just so I'm clear, what is it that the rebuttal?
Mr. Brennan, all right, this is separate, and I'd really like to give everybody a break here. What is it the Commonwealth is asking to do regarding that?
Regarding Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher?
Dr. Welcher.
Dr. Welcher should come in and testify to his PowerPoint, all of his opinions, which address all of the prior representations and opinions of ARCA, although we still don't have any raw information, but we're ready to move forward. Regarding any new opinions, which there is over a dozen new opinions that includes testing, video, experiments, Dr. Welcher should have enough time to review, conduct his own testing, turn it over, and then in rebuttal, address limited to the new issues raised by ARCA.
That's how I understood it, Mr. Alessi.
And that's how I did also, but the question is now with the Burgess changing of the clock drift, how many times is the Commonwealth proposing that Dr. Welcher gets to come in and talk about that? Is he just going to come in and talk about it?
So you talk with Mr. Brennan about that. All right, so I'm all set for this.
There are no changes. There is no changes in the timeline. He keeps trying to portray this as something has changed. Nothing has changed. It's the exact same. He's always said there's a variance. He's been looking into the variance for a long time, and now he has found a method to show the exact variance. It's not changing. There's nothing in the reports that changes as far as the timeline. That's just an attempt to cause fear. There's nothing that has changed. We can look at the reports. It's all the same, always has been, other than now he's identified the mistake of their expert, and that led him to be able to identify the variance, which is helpful and new. And the suggestion that there's been some violation of an order, no good faith basis whatsoever.
Does the Commonwealth oppose a voir dire just on that one issue?
Yes, because it's suggesting that there's a good faith basis for it. Nothing has. Ian Whiffin's report was available to the defense and our experts months and months and months ago. The issue of variance has been an ongoing issue for months. There's nothing that triggers a change in the testimony to adopt or adapt to it. Our timeline has been the same since when we turned it over at the beginning. They cannot point to one thing that has changed between Dr. Welcher, Ian Whiffin, Jessica Hyde, or Shannon Burgess. They are just saying things without a good faith basis. In the reports, show us where something has changed.
Your Honor, to inform you, Your Honor, we would like to print the page in the clock adjustment because what Mr. Brennan says is
yes,
correct.
and I'm happy to any information.
Thank you.
All right. 20 minutes.
No.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh, you missed that. Hello, everyone. How are we? Why have I got a butt? Hello, Mexico. No. Hello. I don't know why. Feed. Why have I got a butt? Hello. Hello. No, that's I'm not muted anymore, Therapy. Oh, there you go. That's better. Thank you, Bexley. We're down here. Yeah, the echo's gone, people. We're down here for the Camden standout with the people. Here they are. How are we? Hope you're all well. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're all well. Sorry, I was down there this morning, down the court, and then obviously went home to put an electric blanket on my back for an hour, and now come down here for a couple of hours. Am I muted still? What the fuck? Hello, coffee girl. I don't know about the oh shit. Thank you, Mexi. No, I don't know what's happened to TB. Hey, Larry. Hey, Daffodil. Oh fuck. Bugs. There. I'm just going up here because I can hear you. You're good now. Hey, Justin. How are you? Avi, Nonny, hello to you. I got my reading glasses as well. So we got the Canton standout always every Friday, 11 till 1, down at the town hall. So up there is where Brenda Sweeney makes her fabulous speeches. And oh shit, ants nests. Oh, that's why. Okay, I was seeing ants, and that's why there's an ants nest right there. Yeah, this is where last week Whitey, Brenda, and Jen O'Donnell did their amazing speeches last week. They were great. So, looking good, feeling good. Our morning coffee was not the same this morning. Oh, thank you, Justin. Thank you, Justin, brother. Hey, David, how are you? Hey, Deb, how are you, my darling? There you go, the beeps. I could tell you this, right? The beeps down here for the people in Canton is fantastic. There he is, Whitey. Whitey just arrived. So, do we have any current guns buffer zone? Oh, I'm not sure if I personally don't know, and I don't know if any of the guys here knows anything. The head might know. I'm not sure if Timmer knows, but we'll see. All right, hang on. Yeah, I don't. Timo Casio, there will be clarification. There will be clarification. I just don't. I don't want to give any misinformation out there. So I'd rather. Well, you're just speaking to my coffee girl. You're just speaking to Timmer. So yeah. So I don't want to give any misinformation out there. Well, here he is, the legend here, people. Here he is, Whitey.
Hello, everyone.
How do, fella?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I was on mute when you got beep, 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 beep. I was like, oh, fucking missed it. I was on mute, you know?
I can do it again.
Yeah, we're all the way out now.
Keep going around.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, do that. Right. All support's great. It's amazing, yeah. And it's good to the crowd here. Hey, Dennis. Coffee Girl says hello. Coffee Girl. So, hey, hang on. Let me move to.
Yeah.
The love of Mayor Canton. I'd love to. Well, do you know what? The people here have been so generous. It's unbelievable. I'm going home on the 28th of Dairy Queens. I will. I'm going home on the 20th of May because I got to go home because I've got a doctor's appointment. But the amount of people have offered me to stay here has been amazing. So thank you to everybody. They've given me like the lodgings and everything. Dennis has been great, giving me lifts and stuff like that everywhere. But I'm coming back out. I think it's September, October. I'm coming back out. One of the two for a couple of weeks to watch the NFL games. So watch the Patriots play. So I'm not sure. It probably will be September. I think late September, or is it late September? Anyway, some point in September. I think they're playing the Patriots and the Panthers. So I am coming back out. I just need to book the flight now, and we'll be ready to roll. So yeah, looking forward to that. And I'm not coming out because the beautiful people of Canton that I've met, not just Canton, but Massachusetts that I've met, so welcoming, so great. Everyone, pretty much everyone I've met has been fantastic. So, Boston Brandy, hello, my darling. How are you? We're down in Canton for the stand-up, my darling. We love seeing Boston Brandy. How are you? Send my love to Ross as well. You're frozen though. What the fuck? What have you done, Brandy? Why am I frozen? Hey, Karen. We're going to be here till 1 o'clock, if that's what you mean, and I'm here till the 28th. Yeah, I'd rather come to Boston than... Fucking motherfucker! Jeepers fucking Christ, I didn't even expect that. Jeeps! Fuck, that gave me the fright of my life. So I'd rather come to Boston to watch the Patriots. I'm a Patriots fan now. This is water with Gatorade. Hang on, if I can find it. Oh no, I think I put it. Hang on, let's have a look here. Hey, Pichick. Hey, Pichick coming out on Tuesday as well. So, hang on. It's this. Hang on. Gatorade. I jumped in the car with Dennis and Brenda, and I was like, "Oh no, I forgot my water." After I arrived here, next thing I was like, looked down. Brenda got me a water and a Gatorade. So nice of her. She's so lovely. Looks after me. I had Dunkin' Donuts. Again, I'm obsessed with Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, and when I say obsessed, I'm obsessed with Dunkin' Donuts. I'm gonna miss it. I'm really gonna miss it. Oh yeah. Anyone of 18 hours? No, I don't think so, Robbie G. What we'll do is when Erica comes out, I'll ask her. I think she might have been there, but I had no idea. I think Jess Machado, she was covering it. I think she would know her tweets, but I don't personally know. I wasn't there, so. But Erica might have been there, so. Loved by Dunkin's, happy days. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. At the minute, my rankings are Dunkin's, Starbucks, Honeydew. I've not tried Mary Lou's yet, so I need to try Mary Lou's. So, but yeah, but thank you, Robin. Mary Lou's is by far down there. Hey, Leslie, how are you? So I thought I'd pop in during the break. You know, I don't really know what's been going on that much, so I just been doing stand-outs and watching my back and shaking my ass, trying to cover my ass crack. You know, but one of the major changes I'm having when I'm going home implementing that I've learned from Boston is I'm going to be starting with ginger shots. It's disgusting, but it's good for you. So, oh shit, I had a, I know we're talking, well, I know you're here for trial coverage, but we're talking about other stuff. Shit, I got bugs here. I had a Boston cream donut. Oh, here we go. The hero. There he is. We're live, Jack. I had a Boston cream donut, which wasn't that nice in Honeydew. I think it was Honeydew, wherever. But Erica bought me one from the North Shore down somewhere, and yeah, it was amazing. I tried it this morning. It's gorgeous. Dina, hello, my darling. Oh, thank you, hippie chick. Please do. Oh, has Robin said something? Trial scheduled for June 9th, so it's going ahead as scheduled. Is it June? Yes, it was June. I thought June 7th for some reason, but 9th. There you go. Thank you, hippie chick. Hey, Dina. Yes, I can't wait. We've got the boat trip on next Wednesday, so that's going to be good. Hello, Karma and Hammer. It's lovely Sarah Peas here. So yeah, duck boats on Wednesday, and I got Salem on Thursday. So you won't see me on Wednesday, Thursday, because I'm going to be out and about. Then Friday, we're going to Gillette, because it's the best a man can get for the tour. And whoever wants to join, just meet us at Gillette. If you want to come down after court. Hello, LPH. Hello, Huckster. Ole, 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 ole. Ole, 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 ole. Erin, hack, hack, hack. Ole. We're outside here. Erin, ole! So we're outside here, Erin. I'm singing Erin Hack everywhere. Say, yeah, hippie chick, she is going to Salem, yes. Fucking Deb, she is going to Salem, yes. And so is Lisa Reed. I think it's a good crowd. And then we go to Champions Pub for food. So, Erin, I've sang for you on the streets of Dedham and the streets of Canton. And, Erin, how impressive was my shopping in Five Below? I went to Five Below yesterday on my own and did all my shopping for my nieces. So thank you again to Erin Hack. Hey, oh yeah. Well, fuck it, he dropped me off. He wouldn't come in. You wouldn't go in, your man. Your man wouldn't go in. How are you, Jack?
Good, how are you, buddy?
Very well, thank you. I'm live, so just there you go. Thanks, buddy. You dropped me off. Hey, I'm live. So just in case. We got shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. I love you, honey. Shaking that ass. The hack. What'd you say? Erica Walsh is here. Oh. How did you like the store? Robin G, he was fine. Fuck yeah, people beeping. He was fine. I just got lost. Joey, what do you buy? I got my youngest niece a top too big because the sizes are different, you know. Thank you, Erin Hack. I did do some good shopping. Did you, Sarah P? You sound like a Mick. Sweet. No one live from Dedham. I don't think so, Betty. Well, they're on break at the minute, so I don't think so, Betty. Because people are here for the Canton standout, so we're here, Bet. They're all down there listening to the stream. So Dennis, Brenda, Timmer, the Whiteys, and yeah, Jack and Nancy and Joe's here. Here we go. There's a fire or something. We've seen like 3 fire brigades. So Erica's just arrived as well. So yeah, I think everybody from Dedham are here now. Yeah, I know, Karen. Home goods, yes, I got home goods. So we got Poundland and home goods and stuff like that. What is this? Oh, there's a lot of beeping, that's good. So if you're ever coming to out of town, make sure you stop into the stand out here. Whitney from Indiana, she was here last week. She loved it as well. It's great people down here. This is part of it as well. Obviously, the car and travel, so this as well. Hey, yeah. Poundland. And we also call it Pound Stretcher. You got Pound Stretcher. I'm not sure which was worse. Hey, Cats Meow. I love that name. How are you? Hope you're well. Yeah, because I'm up here on my own because everyone's listening to various parts of the trial and stuff. So we're a bit behind here. So, but it was great. Having a great time here. Awesome time. You know, I've got to thank everybody for the welcome. You know, I don't want to stay in front of Dennis, obviously, but you know, Dennis and Brenda have been like, you know, so great towards me. I can't thank them enough for everything they've done. So, especially Brenda, obviously, but we won't say that to Dennis. But yeah. So I can't wait to see Michelle. I think it's coming out. M's coming out on Monday, I think, or Sunday, and then Hippie just coming out on Tuesday, and then someone just drove by the truck with like Chris Albert. Oh no, I know where it is. Yeah, I know where it was. Rich, I think, is here. So Wednesday, Catwoman. Happy day. Oh no. Oh yeah. As long as the day before 9, that's fine. Catwoman, because I was going to say we're going to court every morning. Then we go into the duck boats. Just snorted. I am, yeah. It's going to take me quite a few days to get adjusted fully. A shout out as well to Scott McGuinness this morning for being there as well. Thank you. Because Fanny Pack, it's tough to be out in the mornings bringing everything. So thank you, Scott, as well. The last couple of days he's been doing it. So I have more people here now. Kevin and Robin have just arrived. Yeah, it's a really good crowd here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. About 15 people down here, which is good. Scott's always great. It's unfortunate you can't see the chat. That's unfortunate. But, I mean, it's not always a bad thing. Yeah, he's the myth, the man, the legend. Oh, he's got his El Jefe top on. Get it up here, Richie. Richie the duck guy, Richie Schiffer. Here he is. El Jefe, Chris Albert. Resign now, get out of Canton. Show the chat, we're live. We're live. Show it. There you go. This is Richie. The duck guy. Duck Daddy. He's amazing. So you see the Canton fencing stuff, that's Rich, he owns it. He got me the hoodie. He's an absolute hero. He's a great guy. Dunk King. Where's Justin today? I'm joking. I know it's you, DJ. You're mofo. I didn't realise that was you. You know, so. Hi, Robin. Duck Daddy. That's what Erica calls him. Give me a Duck Daddy. I love it. Honestly, I can't say. Oh, also, it's so nice to meet Jodie this morning. Jodie Mitchell. And I spoke on FaceTime to Phil Mitchell as well. Great people. Came all the way down from Peabody to see me. It was great to see her. So shout out to you, Jodie, and thank you for the gift. You gave me a gift for 2 meals at Champions Pub. So thank you, Jodie, my darling. I appreciate you for that. Really do. Dave, always daddy. We have to call you the Dunk King now. Too many daddies. Hey, Elsie. How are you? You're up. Happy days. So yeah, that's where we're at anyway. It's a nice day. It's one of those days. You can see the mountain here. It's one of those days where it's nice, chilled, not cold. I got a hoodie on. I could wear a t-shirt though. I'm sweating. Sweet, my dinner's on you. Don't tell them, but I'm just going to give it to Brenda and Dennis. They know about it. I was just saying, I'll give it to them to say thank you. Part of their thank you. Obviously, I'm going to have to. What do you buy them as a gift? Do you know what I mean? It's impossible, for everything they've done to me. I don't know. I talk about for dinner, but that's not enough. Do you know what I mean? I need to make sure that I get them a gift. But Brenda doesn't like flowers, and all that. So yeah, it's strange, Hey, Kate Z, don't know what you're talking about, love. Okay, well, you know the full story. Until then, go fuck yourself. So I don't know. I'm going to have to think what else to get them, yeah. Oh, thank you. There you go. Probably should go DQ and get famous. I know. Hey, Colleen. Hey, Kate, no, go fuck yourself. Go over to that channel and ask them why everyone hates them. Go and ask them. Ask them for receipts. Tell them to show it. Until then, Kate, so go fuck yourself, love. Gift card for dinner, that's what it was, Deb, yeah. It was wonderful. Everyone's so generous. Do you know what I mean? So it's really, really good. But that's the people I've met. I'd say 99% of the people I've met have been fantastic. But then there's obviously some dicks that you meet. But yeah, majority of people, great, honest people. Walk through, I know when I get home, I'll have to do the Pound Town. Can you imagine? Pound Town, Pound Saver. Or Poundland. Great people, yeah. You don't get better people than Sweeney's, for instance. They're the best of the best, cream of the crop. Cream of the crop. And if you say anything against them, then you're the issue, no one else. But yeah, honestly, the Postal ground, I've been there every single day. I've never met such great people. They're fantastic. Hey Larry, and Deb, I'd love to see you there every morning as well, when you've been there as well. It's been good. I'll try. I can imagine if I'd have to do a walkthrough. I should have done a walkthrough of Five Below yesterday, but I didn't get. I just want to get through the whole thing, you know. For TJ, yes. Hey, if you're good people, Deb, they're welcoming to everybody. But if you're a dick, maybe not so much. But yeah, all of these people, great people. And you attest to it, though. Deb, when you get down, they can talk to anyone. They all talk to you, so it's good. It's good shit. Fully loaded with pounds, I know. Sometimes it's like $1.50 though, which is annoying. It's like $1.50 or £1.50 store. And I think the pound shop as well, it's gone up to like £2 for some things. You know? They are amazing. People who know Timo Cascio, and you know, you're there every day. Shout out to LJ as well. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for all the gifts and everything that you guys do. What, which town? Pound Town. DJ. DJ fooled me with that Justin thing as well. I did not realise that was you. Right, hang on, I've got to mute myself for a second. I'll be back now, 2 seconds. Just gonna... So this is Liz.
Lizzie, baby! Where's those chicken wings? Hey, that's a different shoe. That's a left one. Yeah, that's a lefty. Hey! Lizzie! Good deal.
Hey Matt, how are you doing, Matthew? So, those that you don't know who Matthew Moore is, he's in the chat here. Hey Kevin, you all right, mate? Good. Right. So Matthew Moore is one of the people that you really wanted to support. He, like Karen, got fucked over by the Commonwealth in Ohio. He was accused of killing his wife. So that which was not good. Obviously, he was exonerated, which is good. He was found not guilty. But shout out to you, Matt. He lost his life savings and everything. So that's how he could be drained. Hang on, I'll be back now.
I'll thank him personally.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know that I was,
No, I know. I know. No, that's fine. No, sorry, I had to be, because that was just an example of some people that are very generous out there, very giving out there. So yeah, Matt was he's out in Vegas. He's got a hell of a story. So look up Matthew Moore. He's got a book out in Amazon. Look it up. He literally he got fucked over. He was a millionaire, as in, he worked hard all his life, lost all of his life savings, lost his house, lost what his mother left for him, lost everything because of a corrupt Commonwealth going after him. So yeah, these things happen everywhere. So Matt, nice to see you, buddy. Not spoken to you in a while, but I hope everything's well with you, buddy. Sorry if you're losing internet. It's because I got trees and stuff here, so. Hang on. If it's losing connection, I'll just drop off if that's the case. If you can't see me. There's more people turning up. Great turnout. I'm glad you're free, Matthew. Absolutely. So, is my connection that bad, or is it daffy? There you go. Thank you, Sarah P. Sarah P just sent the link. So please buy it. Support it. Great story, Matthew's own words. There you go. Thank you, Justin. It's probably Daffy. Daffy's in North Carolina somewhere. So yeah, there's other people, in addition to Karen, like I say, Matt and stuff. So it's just Daffy. That's fine. Daffy, you do this every time to me. Oh yeah, forget we do streaming, so the Resistance Silence lot don't have the link, but maybe Robbie can post it. It's just Daffy. Yes, please like and subscribe everywhere. Alright, how long are they on break for? Jeepers, it's been ages, haven't they? Or go back and start stand there again. It's too hot. I need to friggin' take my top off. It's too hot. I need to strip people, so hang on. Oh, right. Hey! Tired, hot? I know. I am tired. It's it is warm. It is warm. It's really warm, actually. I saw that Leslie and Brendan went up. Frost, is forever. We were on break for like fucking half an hour. So it was great to see Karen. Karen looked lovely this morning. She was, happy. Even Alessi was talking this morning. Thank you, my darling. I'm not sure if I got pits in. Alessi was speaking this morning, thanking everybody, which is good. Dennis and Erica both had hugs from Karen. Karen adores Dennis, Brenda, and Erica. Like literally adores them. So they're good people. And yeah, Yannetti was usual fist pump with Dennis. and unless he was thanking everybody. So it was nice to see him back. It's nice to see Karen back. I don't mind if Karen goes by with the window up all the time. It's like, just look after yourself. And Jack's not in there today. He's not in today. His wallet is empty. So, yeah, she did. She told Dennis she's feeling a lot better today. So, which is nice, and it's nice that Dennis gets to go up there. She always looks for Brenda and always wants a hug from Dennis. So, hey Neil, how we doing, fella? How we doing, brother? Neil, you missed. It's always been good to see you down there last week for a few days. So thank you, my brother. It's lovely to meet you. And Standing Stones, if he's around, it's lovely to meet him. Oh shit. Not sure. It came up as network lost. I might be out of data because I'm losing. I've only got another couple of days with data, so just me stripping. Bad Dazzler, how you do, Bad Dazzler? Basket of pacifiers. Baseball in Vibora, summer night games. Right. Yes, it's nice. LV, Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. How you doing? So I did one thing I learned this morning. There's a lot of Italians here as well in Boston, which I didn't realise. Will be you be here next week? I'll be there in the morning, first thing. So the plan is, Neil. There's a bunch of us going to the court on Friday in the morning, and then the plan is to go down to Gillette then afterwards at 9 o'clock to have a tour of the stadium. So obviously, I think some people will be staying down in the buffer zone, obviously, but myself and Dennis, I think. I'm not sure if Pitchik and Lisa come in, or if their husbands might just be the ones coming, or if it's everybody. And I think Mr. Wade's come in, and whoever wants to go. Just it's a tour of the Hall of Fame, and like, motherfucker, fucking hell, that's fucking twice now. Fuck. Whew. I feel good, motherfucker. I don't even know what I was saying there. Jeepers. Yes, Neil, I'll definitely be there for that. And we're going duck boats on Wednesday, but then we're going back to Charleston, where Erica works, about 3 o'clock then, I think it is. So even if you're in that area, come to meet us in Charleston if you want. Best thing you've ate while here in America. Do you know what? It's I had really nice Chinese yesterday from somewhere in Canton. I don't know what it was called, but it was gorgeous. But I'll be honest with you, probably the best food's been Brenda's cooking, like as steak and stuff like that. If you talk about eating out, I would say we're going back another time. Linwood's pizza was delicious, and Midway as well was nice. Midway for steak tips. I went to the 99 restaurant yesterday the day before with Erica and Jen O'Donnell, and that was delicious as well. Another CG, I fucking nearly had a heart attack there. Jeepers. So I've been having issues with my chest every morning, really tight chest every morning. But so I was like, "Fuck, I'm having a heart attack." But what it is, Jen O'Donnell bought me something for allergies and stuff, and I've been touch wood. I've been fine ever since. So it might have been that. Oh, sorry, David. I'm sorry, people. Why is there no court? Is there no court Monday? Because I have no idea if there's no court or no court. I don't know. I've not heard that, my darling. So I hurt my back, so I've been trying to get better, but I'll be there. Neil, join the club, bud. You and me. Literally, at the minute, I'm okay. But yeah, no, I've hurt my back as well. Why is this break taking so long? Memorial. Oh, yeah, but that's not this Monday, is it? That's the following Monday. That's the following Monday. Should get into Faneuil Hall in Boston. A nice tourist spot, shops. Oh, okay. From Hacking. Dipper Wednesday. I've been taking allergy pills and haven't needed them in years. Oh, okay. So I thought the weekend was the 26th of May, not the 19th of May. Thank you, that's fine. It takes a Welshman to tell you Americans when your Memorial Day is. It's fine. That's fine. I'll do the job. I'll represent you. Right. Quarterback. See you later.
All right, so Mix Valier, I'm going to ask you that you speak right into your microphone when you answer, if you could, please. Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mix Valier, we talked about sort of the physical match or mechanical fit analysis that you did with regard to each of the items individually, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury the process that you undertook in your physical match analysis between different item numbers?
So between different items, amongst the questioned ones, I only compared the pieces that were large enough to have a label on them. Some pieces were quite small. I utilized several benches and divided them up into sections for each item, and individually pulled out all of those pieces. And then I had another bench where I did the actual comparison. I started with all the pieces of the same color and looked to see if any of those had potential edges that could match.
Now, with respect to items 715 and 716, did you do a physical match analysis between those two separate items?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to in relation to your physical match analysis between item 715 and item 716?
Two pieces from item 7-15, F and H, fit mechanically with two pieces from item 7-16, F and G.
And what, if any, conclusion were you able to draw with reference to the physical match between pieces from item 715 and pieces from item 716?
Those four pieces were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
Now, Mix Valier, what physical match analysis did you do with reference to items 7-6 and 7-11?
So one piece from item 7-6, piece B, fit mechanically with one piece from item 7-11, piece D. So those two pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
And Mix Valier, with reference to items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from any physical match analysis you did between pieces from those three items?
So two pieces from item 7-8, pieces C and D, one piece from item 7-9, piece A, and one piece from 7-16, piece E were found to have a mechanical fit. So those pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
Lastly, for this section, at some point did you do a physical match analysis for the glass pieces in items 7-12 and 7-14?
Yes.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from your physical match analysis between 7-12 and 7-14?
There was no physical match between the glass pieces from, or parent glass pieces from 7-12 and the glass piece from item 7-14.
Now, Mix Valier, are you aware that there was an additional analysis that was done with respect to glass pieces and other glass pieces that you didn't examine in your analysis at your lab?
I know that there was other trace work done. I'm not sure exactly what the work was.
Okay. And do you know who performed that additional trace work?
Christina Hanley.
And who is she to you as far as in reference to your work at the lab?
She's my supervisor.
Now, with regard to each of these items individually, they came as labeled in individual bags as we demonstrated on the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to those bags, did you note any particular date associated on the front of those bags?
That's documented in my photos.
And all I'm asking here is that with respect to each of those bags of items, whether they be 3-1, 7-4, 7-5 or 6 or 8, many of those bags had different dates on them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received those items in that bag, you essentially removed the items from those individual bags, placed them on the table, and examined them, correct?
Yes.
And that examination included a microscopic examination?
Yes.
Now, with respect to any of those items, there were some items that pieces within the same bag that had the same date on that bag did not fit together mechanically, correct?
Yes.
However, there were items from one bag collected on one day that did fit mechanically with items from another bag collected on another date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 3-1. Again, for the jury, what is the physical description associated with item 3-1?
Item, passenger side taillight, Massachusetts 3GC684.
Now, did you perform a physical match analysis with pieces from item 3-1, 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16?
I compared them, yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to from your analysis, your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and all of the items beginning with the number 7?
There was a physical match with, do you want me to list?
If you
all
could,
of them?
please.
Okay. So 2 pieces from item 7-5, 4 pieces from item 7-8, 1 piece from item 7-10, 4 pieces from item 7-11, 2 pieces from item 7-12, 2 pieces from item 7-13, 4 pieces from item 7-15, and 4 pieces from item 7-16 were found to fit mechanically with item 3-1.
And what, if any, conclusions were you then able to draw from your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and each of those respective items beginning with the number 7?
Those pieces were once together as part of a larger unit.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mayor, I'm showing you 3 additional photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
This is a comparison between item 3-1 and those pieces from all of the other pieces.
Your Honor, I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A, B, and C.
Is there any objections to any?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
It's 182A and C.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2096. And Ms. Gilman, yes. If you could even zoom in just a little bit more on the item itself. Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So those pieces that I labeled from item 7 dash, all of those, they all fit together mechanically into this piece.
And as far as earlier, you were testifying as far as the label maker and the different various pieces that you would label throughout the process of your physical match analysis. Do you see these in this photograph as well?
I do.
And where are they located with reference to the reconstructed piece above?
They're those little white rectangles on the piece.
So what's depicted here is the mechanical fit between items 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16, correct?
Not items 7-8 and 7-14, but the other ones, yes.
And why not those two?
They didn't fit mechanically with the other pieces.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2150. And again, if you could just zoom in a little. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So on the right side was that piece that was just shown, and on the left side is item 3-1.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have 2151. Again, if you could zoom in on that item just a little. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So that's that right piece on top of the tail light from the previous photo.
And is this the mechanical fit that you were testifying about earlier with reference to item 3-1, the tail light housing, and all of the various pieces that were found at 34 Fairview, starting with the number 7?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Ms. Valier, lastly, in reference, did you also receive some debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
Yes.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you very much. And what did you find contained within that debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
So it was 5 different items. So it was debris collected from, labeled as coming from the clothing. There was mostly debris, some apparent fibers.
Are there any pieces of apparent plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
Was there dirt contained within the debris?
Yes.
And that debris was labeled as an item 17-18.18, is that correct?
I believe so.
And what is it that you did with the debris from the gray long sleeve shirt and the orange t-shirt?
So those were all packaged in like glassine folds. And I looked through it and documented it.
When you say you documented it, did you look at it under a microscope?
Yes.
So you did an examination under a microscope, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you measure some of those items contained within the debris?
Yes.
Specifically, did you measure items of apparent clear plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
And what did you measure those items to be?
The piece of clear apparent plastic was approximately 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch.
And once you had conducted your preliminary analysis of those items, where did those items go?
I did no further examination on this myself. Christina Hanley might have examined some of these further.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to first talk fairly briefly about your reconstruction of the taillight to which you've testified. At the outset, by the way, that was item 7-3.1, am I correct?
Sorry, for which one?
That's the taillight, this 7-3.1, am I correct?
3-1, I believe.
7-3-1?
The taillight is item 3-1.
Oh, 3-1, I'm so sorry, okay. With regard to that particular item, your lab has different departments, correct? Criminalists who do different things, correct?
Yes.
You are aware that there are scientists within your lab who do DNA analysis, for instance, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And with regard to the order of processing items, is the DNA analysis done before or after you get the item?
It's usually before.
Okay. In this case, it was before, am I correct?
I believe so.
Were you made aware that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight, 3-1?
I'll allow it. And you were made aware of that?
No.
Once you reconstructed the taillight, you'll agree with me that it was missing a piece, correct, or pieces?
There was an empty spot on the overall reconstruction, yes.
Were you ever provided with any pieces of taillight that would have filled in that missing spot?
No.
Were you ever provided or told about any pieces recovered from 1 Meadows Ave in Canton?
No.
Were you ever told about a collision at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton? In any case, you'll agree with me, there was no glass in that taillight at all, correct?
Within the taillight, I classified them as apparent plastic pieces.
There's no glass as part of the taillight, correct?
I mean, it depends on what you call, like, the bulbs usually have glass as far as I'm aware.
Those are very, very thin glass though, correct, those bulbs?
Yes.
All right. Now, your lab received clothing in connection with this case. You've testified to that, correct?
I received the debris labeled as coming from the clothing. I never saw the clothing at all.
Right, but you're aware that your lab received clothing before the debris got to you, correct?
Yes.
And your understanding was that that was John O'Keefe's clothing in which he was found on January 29th of 2022, correct?
It's labeled as coming from him. I'm not sure of the date that it was found.
Okay. You understand the procedure that goes on at your lab when it receives evidence?
Yes.
And you know that once clothing is brought to your lab, it's given evidence numbers, correct?
Yes.
And then one of your colleagues at the lab handled the clothing and or examined it, correct, before it came to you?
Yes.
And your understanding is that one of your colleagues retrieved debris from those items of clothing and then packaged it in a fold before it got to you, correct?
Yes.
You then open up the fold and you look at the debris, correct?
Yes.
You never saw that debris inside the clothing, correct?
Correct.
And the pieces of clothing that come in are given evidence numbers when your lab receives them, correct?
Yes.
For instance, the orange t-shirt was given or was named item number 7-17?
Yes.
And the gray long sleeve shirt was item 7-18, correct?
Yes.
And your lab is accredited, correct?
Yes.
There is a complete chain of custody from the moment the clothing was brought to the lab to when the debris was removed from the clothing, ultimately to when you're in court today handling the items, correct?
Yes. Our in-lab chain of custody extends from when we receive it to when the submitting agent it is returned to the submitting agency.
Okay. And you have complete confidence that the chain of custody at your lab is effective at making sure that the evidence does not get lost or mixed up or contaminated, right?
I mean, the chain of custody is meant to track where a piece of evidence is. The evidence unit also does inventories and audits to make sure that things are where they're supposed to be.
And you have confidence in your lab's chain of custody policies and procedures, correct?
Yes.
But you'll agree that your lab cannot control who handled the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
Yes.
There are times in which crime scene technicians or criminalists from your lab actually participate in the search for evidence at a crime scene, do they not?
Some of the people at the lab are crime scene responders, yes.
There are times when they actually take custody of evidence. Again, I'm talking about people from your lab, professionals. They take custody right from the crime scene and transport that evidence to your lab, correct?
Yes.
In those circumstances, your lab would have a complete chain of custody from discovery to seizure to testing or whatever comparison you're doing until you release the items, correct?
Yes, but the electronic chain of custody doesn't start until that item is entered into our LIMS system at the lab.
Right, but when it's entered in, it would be entered in as having been seized by somebody from your lab, correct? In the hypothetical that I'm giving you.
Yeah, there's an evidence submission form that says that this crime scene responder submitted it to the laboratory.
There are other cases, however, when the evidence is brought to your lab by the police, correct?
Yes.
Local departments have access to your lab?
For evidence drop-off, yes.
The state police have access to your lab for evidence drop-off?
Yes.
And in this case, it was not a criminalist or other professional from your lab who seized the clothing and brought it to your lab, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a record of that in your report in terms of who it was that brought the material to your lab?
I could look at the evidence submission form to see who.
With the court's permission?
Yes. Okay.
Do you have that with you now, please?
I do.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Manning.
Having reviewed your reports, can you testify to the jury about who it was that brought this evidence into the lab?
So you can tell us.
Okay. So submission 7, all the items that are 7- was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Were you aware of the date of the incident that gave rise to this case?
Yes.
And what was that date?
January 29th, 2022.
Were you aware that the clothing that you received was seized from the Good Samaritan Hospital that very day?
No.
What date was the clothing brought to your lab?
March 14th, 2022.
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of course, you can't speak to the chain of custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited 6 weeks to bring this clothing to your lab, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period? Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Objection, move to strike as.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Yanni.
You were not present when the clothing was seized, correct?
Correct.
You did not have custody of this clothing from January 29th of 2022 to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You do not know what was done with the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
You've covered this, Mr. Yanni. Move on, please.
One last question. You cannot vouch for how the clothing or taillight pieces were handled before they got to your lab, correct?
I cannot.
Anything further, Mr. Lally, or are you all set? Okay. I'm not curbing it.
No. Very, very. Mr. Valier, there is a separate evidence unit contained within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say you have absolutely nothing to do with that, correct?
I'm not a part of that unit.
And so your responsibility as far as chain of custody is concerned is from when you retrieve the item during your analysis and then when you return the item to the evidence unit, correct?
Correct.
And from that analysis that you performed, you found that there were 10 different items, starting with the number 7, that were a mechanical fit to 3-1, the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
If it's 10 items, I don't have. I can count them.
Okay. As far as all those items beginning with 7 that you went through or elucidated on your direct examination, each of those were a mechanical fit to each other and then to the taillight housing in 3-1.
The pieces that were previously stated, yes.
Nothing further.
All right. Mr. Lucia, you are all set. All right, so jurors, that is it for today. I'm told when I spoke with counsel earlier that we are still on track. I have to tell you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be extra careful with your social media use. And also, I just want to remind you, next week, Thursday is a half day and Friday is a day off. All right, so we'll see you on Monday.
Please rise for the jury.
Yeah.
You may be seated.
Okay. So before we recess, I appreciate that council provided me with the information. Mr. Leslie, I got the 2 reports that you had that were incorporated and what the Commonwealth had given me a few minutes before, but I appreciate that it was pointed out here. We've had full argument on this yesterday and today. My findings for the record are that the defendant has not persuaded me of undue surprise or unfair prejudice by this information, and I don't find that there's delayed disclosure. Of course, all of this is ample game for cross-examination, certainly as to what Mr. Burgess knew, what he looked at, why he looked at it, when he looked at it, why he changed his report, and violation of the sequestration order is all for cross-examination, and I will give you a lot of leeway with that, Mr. Alessi, but I'm not having a voir dire on that. Mr. Alessi, I can tell you, obviously, you've got a great facility for cross-examining on the underlying information here. You've done fulsome cross-examinations. I have every confidence you can do it here again. But if after the direct, you demonstrate that you need further time, I'll certainly hear you on that. And more importantly, perhaps, if you feel that the testimony of Jen McCabe and the others that you've mentioned is critical and that you need to recall them, I'll hear you on that as well. So regarding Dr. Welcher, as my understanding, the request yesterday was for, and it's been a request, I think, a few days. We've addressed it at Sidebar, and I found that it wasn't the right time. Let's see how much Dr. Welcher could go through. I understand Dr. Welcher will testify in the Commonwealth's case in chief next week or so, Mr. Brennan?
Hopefully next week, if not,
All right.
the day after the holiday.
And that will be for all of the material that was provided to the defendant initially, right, by the Commonwealth's discovery deadline?
Correct.
And what you're asking for is that after ARCA testifies the new information, you're asking for rebuttal, right?
Yes, limited to the new information.
All right, so I would allow under these circumstances a limited rebuttal, and we can define the scope after we hear the testimony of ARCA. So those are my rulings. Your objections were noted. I'll see everybody on Monday.
All rise for the court, please.
There you go. There you go. So, oh, Mexico. Oh, they've done it. So we're here. We just say goodbye to you all.
Happy weekend.
I think you just ruled against the defense again there. So
What else is new?
yeah, what else is new? So we wasn't want to say goodbye to you all. Yeah, there's not much we got. Everyone's out there now. Just the true warriors are out there for Canton.
Yep, they sure are. For Canton, for Karen, for John, but most importantly for justice for John O'Keefe.
Yes.
The real people, the real boots on the ground. It's the raw and the real deal with us. I'm sick and tired of nonsense. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of my name being called out by random people in super chats or on Twitter. You got something to say, you know where to find me. I go by my real name. You have a problem, let's talk about it. But I guarantee you don't want to do that because you'd rather just hide and run your mouth on YouTube and Twitter. So have a great weekend, and just remember, we're here for the right reasons. We're here for the real reasons, and we're fighting justice, fighting injustice. We're fighting the Mass State Police bullying us and harassing us. That's another thing. There were a whole 5 minutes before that video of me, obviously, where they chased me and Dylan down the street, actually running at us. So again, that's why I was a little frantic on that video, obviously, because two, men coming after us is a little weird. But we love you all, and I hope everyone has a great weekend.
Yeah.
And exactly, Frosty. And we literally are the movement of like hugs and love, and like someone Allison had dubbed us last year, like we're like the modern day hippies. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody wants beef down here. We don't like confrontation. We don't want drama. We come down, we talk about our families, talk about our lives. It's hard to not connect with people that you're standing with outside on for 8 hours a day, Other than that, we are here for all the right reasons, and that's what we need to maintain. We want new people coming down. It's great to see new faces in Dedham, great to see new faces at Legacy Place. That's exactly what we need. We're not done yet. Hopefully only a couple more weeks, but at the end of the day, like, you just have to put your bullshit and your ego aside, and you don't need to be making war with good people. That's not what this is about. That we're not content. We don't need to be making absurd content, and that's all that seems to be happening right now. And it's unnecessary. No drama zone. Exactly, Robin G. Exactly.
Right, everybody. We'll edit
Sorry.
it. No, it's fine. Just a quick shout out as well to the sweeties there out there.
Yep.
Especially Brenda. Den sits down all the time. Brenda's always on her feet.
Yep. Sure is.
You can't see Den's got 2 fingers at me. But no, special shout out to the sweeties. They here from day one. They're always here. They never miss a day. So, and thank you to the warriors out there for the Canton stand up today. Really, until you experience it here, it's hard to describe it.
Isn't it? It's crazy, right? It's a good feeling. When it's a good feeling, it's a great feeling.
So let's, I don't underestimate it. We got a head to as well, Tim. So if you ever come to any standouts or anything, just ask for the head. His name's Timmer. He will sort you out. No issues. He'll add you to the group and stuff.
The head, I'm dead.
And
he's gonna love that.
I know. It's basically to Stacey. Right, everyone. I am going to leave it there.
All right.
We're
Love
going.
you guys.
Love you. Take care. Ta-ra. Mexi, over to you, my darling. Ta-ra.